I mean, hopefully it's live. The thing says it's still waiting for me, so I don't know if you guys can see me yet or not. But let me know in the chat if you can see me, and otherwise... Oh no, wait, here we are! We got an ad playing. Okay, great, so the stream started. It didn't let me know, that's fantastic. Hi! Hello to everybody saying like this is their first live of mine. That's because this is the first one I've done in, I think it's about 18 months. The technical difficulties that went into setting this up. I wish this was I was meant to go live like 9 hours ago, but we're here and that's okay. Oh my goodness. Why are you up at 5 a.m. Tamara? Like I would just be asleep. Okay. So, here's the deal, right? So I have a huge project planned. I want to finish off the Crochetdex that we've been working on. And I also don't want to spend an entire year shut in a room by myself. So today's kind of an experiment to see if I can stream some of this and hang out with you guys and not just be all by myself. So we're just going to see if it works. And like if today's a success, we'll lock in a regular time that we do it every week, and I'll organize some music and I'll get my technology sorted. This is going to be a bumpy ride tonight, folks. But yeah, we're going to... I'm seeing everything from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the chat. So it's 7 p.m. for me as well. So chill, you are on the same time meridian as I am. Congratulations, I guess. So yeah, hi everybody. Wow, there's 57 of you here already. So last time I streamed, it was my birthday a year and a half ago. And I hit, I think, 20,000 subs during the stream. So that's the frame of reference here. So this is a whole order of magnitude larger. But anyway, I've got some things to show you. So the Pokédex that we have been working on, let me just change scenes here. We can see here, now hopefully you can see this on your screen. I tested as much as I could, where I filled out all of the Pokemon that we have made so far as part of the different series. And I think we've made 64 so far. But more importantly, we've only made 19 of Gen 1. So Gen 1 is my focus for this year. I would like to get all of Gen 1 done. So, for today, I have decided, we're switching scenes again, told you, I put some work in. Today I have decided, focus, please focus, oh my goodness. I have decided we're going to work on Ivysaur, mostly because it's kind of just Bulbasaur, who I already have most of a pattern that I can work from, so it kind of takes some of the pressure off. But I like, as we work through them, there's going to be some that are a little bit more intense design-wise, and I can sort of talk through those, hopefully. But yeah, we're just going to see how we go tonight on Ivysaur, and depending on if none of my cameras have caught fire and it's not like 3 a.m, we might get started on Venusaur as well, just because I have to get, I think, 4.5 done every week to stay on track. Alrighty, I'm gonna just stop and read the comments for a little bit, because once I get started with the actual designing, I've worked out that I can't count and chat at the same time. So this is kind of the chance, like I'll take regular breaks to like catch up with you guys, but there might be little sort of dips and valleys in between. So you're waiting for Arcanine, Nightfall 17. Well, yeah, well, you might be waiting a while for that one there. So I am gonna start, like I said, just at the beginning, but like if we like this, both of us, it has to be mutually enjoyable. If we like this, I might start like letting you guys vote on who we're making on any given day, or I might decide to do like a randomized number thing. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm so sorry about the volume, guys. I'm on my 3rd microphone for the day, but I promise I won't turn on any background music or anything like that. So if you do sort of crank the volume a little bit, you'll be better off, and you won't get any jump scares, and I'll try and get it sorted out if we do it again. So yeah, that is correct, Joshua. Australia does vary from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. right now, but I actually don't even know if it's daylight savings times, but we have anywhere between 3 different time zones and I think 7 different time zones or something like that, depending on the time of year. But anyway, so just to get rolling and get into this. I have the little Bulbasaur here that I made, I honestly don't even remember, it was at least a year ago. I actually have the pattern for him up on my other screen, which is really funny because it still uses my old notation. And yeah, I'm still going to sketch up the way I would just starting any new Pokemon project. I already have the sprite here on the screen. I have them prepared for the whole 151. So that was an afternoon. But yeah, I'm still going to just do my little sketches of Ivysaur. I'm not going to go super in depth with it though, because I do think that it's pretty much going to be the same nugget, just maybe without the open mouth. And then we'll start like putting them together. So this is performing on demand, and it just makes me kind of uncomfortable, but I don't know. I feel like when I'm filming, I spend a lot of my time sort of just prattling away to the camera anyway, because I don't tend to do voiceovers. For most of my videos, I don't tend to do voiceovers. So any audio that I've recorded, I've just been sitting in a room talking to myself, and I may as well talk to a camera instead, right? Can give you guys a chance to play along. Because I kind of like this little frog boy. So yeah, I'm going to use the same body, and we're just going to modify the pattern, or pattern hack, slightly to make sure that the mouth is closed this time. I think on this one here I used needle felting for the spots, but I am not needle felting live on camera. There aren't enough band-aids in the world to save me. But I suppose at least I'm sure one of you would call an ambulance in that scenario. Oh, well, Baby K, you've chosen the correct stream to come to, because Ivysaur, tonight only. Hopefully tonight only. Something has gone terribly wrong if it continues past that. So the big pain point for this one here is going to be those leaves. Those leaves look super annoying to me. But that's all right. I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, I have tried to color match as best as I can. Let's stick another leaf out the top there. So I've got the same green, but I couldn't find quite the same blue or greeny blue that I used. This is Seafoam for anyone wondering, that I used last time, but this is a pretty close match. And I know that the sprite sort of looks more blue, but I did want to kind of keep them looking like they were all still related. So I did decide to steer down the path I'd already started down. Whereas like for the others, I will try to color match a little bit more closely. Ivysaur should potentially be a slightly bigger body, but I don't think it'll be super noticeable for this one. But then Venusaur is definitely going to be like wide boy, has to be big toed boy. So, oh, that's a question for you guys. I consider Bulbasaur to be a frog, but I understand that there is quite an argument in the community as to whether or not it's a frog or a dinosaur. So, and you know what? I see both sides of the argument, but I just think that I personally prefer to think of him as a frog. I feel like everybody's talking about time zones again. I feel like these live streams inevitably all roads lead to time zones because I have only the most tenuous grip on what day it is, what time it is, and then I get onto these chats and everyone's like, hi, it's 3 p.m. and I'm just like, is it? Okay, cool, yeah, so daylight savings ended last week. So that's reasonable. I'm allowed to be out of touch with that. So when you work for yourself, as I do, I am lucky enough to work for myself, you tend to lose track of like everything. You lose track of everything. I'm vaguely aware that it's Monday. Please let it be Monday. If it's not Monday, I'm very behind this week. But other than that, that's all I really need to stay aware of, you know, the day and the times the grocery store is open and what day of the week it is. Okay, you guys can't really see this super well, but I am drawing the world's best Ivysaur. Best Ivysaur sketch you ever seen. I might adjust the pose slightly because I'm pretty sure I sew the legs on for Bulbasaur, so I'll adjust Ivysaur to be slightly more upright, which I think will make up for doing the body the same size. It's just a bunch of little tricks that you can pull like that to trick things into looking right, particularly when you're playing with such a small scale. I'm going to stop knocking that pencil now. I apologize for that. Okay, this sketch has accomplished exactly nothing. But that's all right. We're just re-familiarizing ourselves with the shapes involved in making these little turtle boys. Thanks, Kit, for letting me know, Great. I'm glad it's Monday. So it's what, Monday morning for you guys and Monday evening for me. That's what I was aiming for. Was filming all day yesterday for this week's video, which will hopefully be out on Thursday if I get it edited in time. I would really love to get a week ahead at some point, but it just doesn't seem to be in my cards at the moment, so I thought I'd start live streaming. Yeah, I'm glad to see that there's a lot of sort of talk on either side about whether or not this is dinosaur or toad territory, but it's like a frogosaur. So yeah, I don't think any real big changes are going to come about here until we hit those leaves, and the leaves are pretty long and oval. I'll probably do them with like a main stem and then just like a bunch of shaggy stuff the whole way around. And it might take me a couple of goes to get the right length and the right shape, but forgotten to bring a notebook. This is going to stress me out, but that's okay. I will go get one in a second. Alright, so we've got a leaf and then like just the little flower bulb in the middle, which will be pink. So yeah, that's all the sketch I'm going to really do for this one today. I don't think there's any real point in drawing it out. Ha! Look, it's a zoom feature. Yay. Rawr. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you, honey. My fiance just brought me a notebook. My panic must have leaked through the doors. He really is a keeper, though. Awesome. He's wonderful. He is, yes. Oh, yeah, well, I can talk about why the Pokemon are Patreon exclusives. It's because Etsy will shut me down if I start selling other people's intellectual property. So it's just not quite worth it, is it? But that's why and the reason I don't release more of them on YouTube is, to be perfectly frank, people don't watch them. They don't. So like, cool, that's fine. I want to put out stuff that people are going to watch, because otherwise it becomes really hard to keep a roof over my head. Not to be too weird about it, but like, yeah, so that's why there aren't more of them here on YouTube, and that's why they're not on Etsy either. So that's just, it is what it is. That said, I do think that Patreon is kind of a bargain these days. I've got like over 100 patterns there, and I'm also relatively cool with anybody who wants to just like sign up, take what they want, and leave. But that's not good. That's not good business practice. I shouldn't be saying things like that. But thank you to everybody who has been supportive, because I know I posted this on Patreon, so maybe there's some patrons in the chat. Kit, I'll let you know. I'll let him know you say hi. Pokemon are licensed, so selling the patterns need legal. Yeah, basically that's correct. Let's see. Sparkless. Aren't I going to continue the Pokemon series? I might be. The viewership has dropped off really, really significantly. So it's one of those things where I try to balance what I have fun doing with what you guys will watch. And my last one, I think, only got about 10,000 views, which is a lot, but it took like 2 full weeks to make. And so like the sort of, it wasn't really, the value proposition wasn't really there. So they might become a little bit more spaced out for a while. And in the meantime, I'll be filling in the gaps with this, which I can do relatively stress-free. I don't spend a week having to edit it. And you guys still get some Pokemon goodness. And depending on how this goes, oh, there's a chicken in the mix. How'd you get in there? Buck. Depending on how this goes, I might continue the Chaos game here on stream as well, and like still stopping to make the thing. So like I'm not closing any lids at this point. I'm just finding new ways to be able to keep doing everything. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing a couple of people say that they thought my name was Thursday. I swear I would respond to it now. I'm getting caught up with the chat though. I'm supposed to be working. There's rules here. So I have the pattern open on my other screen. And I could start with the head. So let's start with the head. Hook. My darling hook. I don't really need the notebook at the moment. So we'll chuck that down there, and we have our seafoam color here. So yeah, the Thursday thing, that all just started because I was like really stressed about how to start my video. So like I needed a key phrase to like get me into that frame of mind, and it became hello, it's Thursday, because I knew I was going to be publishing on a Thursday, so I would have something fun to look at work on Friday. And it just sort of stuck around as like I get into filming frame of mind, just being like, yeah, hello, it's Thursday, but of course today's Monday, so I couldn't start the stream that way. So yeah, no, I'd probably answered a Thursday, and I'd probably answered a CK as well. My actual name, Kylie. Pleased to meet you. Everybody, I hope you're drinking enough water. Hydrate or dihydrate. Yeah, so I would really like to get some like background music going for this. I actually have a soundtrack that I have permission to use here on stream. It's from a video game, so that might be happening at some point. Currently I don't have any speakers for this PC. just like add it to the pile of things. But I also, with the sound problems I was having with just getting my voice reading on microphone relatively okay, I didn't want to like overcomplicate the sound for people either, because there's nothing worse than like trying really hard to listen to someone and them just being drowned out by like audio. Yeah, so do we like Crochet or do we like Crochetdex? That's the question, because like I got to build some terminology around what's happening here, and I'm gonna have to use a stitch marker point blank because there's no way I'm gonna be able to keep track of this and count at the same time. Mug of hooks has entered the frame. Oh, I've got some stitch markers in the bottom there. Aha, that'll do. Oh, amazing Rosinski. I'm really sorry to hear that. Okay, everyone's saying Crochetdex? Crochetdex it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I haven't finished this row. Okay, our Ivysaur has commenced. Yeah, yeah, no one's feeling Crochet. Got it. Okay, the stitch marker is in the last stitch of the row. I'm so unfamiliar with using stitch markers. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. So next row, we're just expanding out to 18. No wuckers. If I think this is hard, just wait until I'm trying to actually design. Oh no, I'm going to have to get like live censorship happening. See, what you guys don't see is how much gets edited out of my videos sometimes. Like full-blown tantrums. I'd be swearing, I'd be throwing... Oh no, I'm an adult. I'm an adult. I don't do things like that. Look how grey my hair is. I'm past that point in life. The people have spoken. Yep. Pretty much. So yeah, I anticipate that this will become fairly chill, with me like zoned out and working. And then I'll stop and answer some questions every so often, or the like. Let me know if you guys get like a lot of ads, too many ads. I think I had ads on for it, but I'm not sure. So I'm actually just as interested to know if you don't get any. But yeah, this isn't supposed to be like an ad-filled extravaganza either, so we can adjust that as we go. We can. Oh, if you can't find your stitch markers, I find bobby pins work just as well, but I have lost somewhere in my 2-bedroom apartment like over 400 bobby pins at this point. So funnily enough, I've worked my way back around to stitch markers. How often do I go live? Well, this is the first time in 18 months. So we are starting, we're trying to start a new trend. Okay. Top of Ivysaur's head, done. So the next row is a little bit more complicated. So I'm just gonna like zone out and get that done for a second. Hold on. So we have 2 single crochet, 3 into the same stitch, My hook is being so well behaved. It's not squeaking or anything. It is about to wear out completely, but it's doing its best and we appreciate it. Yes, and then 2 more. And then 3 again. How do I come up with this stuff? And then 3 repeats of 2 single crochet and an increase. I'm finding that stitch marker is very reassuring. I'm just like, oh good, I didn't lose count, and I know it for sure. Maybe I start using stitch markers more often. Yeah, scrap yarns and weaving, a piece of scrap yarn and weaving it back and forth as you go. Absolutely, I do that. Sometimes my fingers get all clumsy and I get all tangled up in like too many strands, which is where I don't mind the odd, like sort of different texture to be dealing with. Okay, and all right, row 5's another tricky. Oh, paper clips. I actually hadn't thought about paper clips as stitch markers. That's a really good idea. Let's just see here. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just going to fiddle with the settings and just make sure that everything is as I expect it to be. No, it's on. This is a complex row though, so maybe in future when I hit a really complex one, I'll throw to an ad so I have a chance to panic. Yeah, I'm a fan of bobby pins too. I find that they're really easy just to like remove from like you can leave them in the work for a really long time and they don't get in the way, and they're just super easy to remove at any point too. I did see a question there though about like how to use them. I personally use them to, I put them in the last stitch of the row, and that way you know when you've reached the end of the row, and you know that if you've used the right number of stitches. They can also be used to mark key points for if you're like attaching things in the round or you're doing some really complex shaping. Sometimes it's really easy just to have like a concrete landmark, a little flag to be like, yay, good job, you're doing the thing and you're doing it right. But that's how I use them. I'm sure other people use them a myriad of different ways. And realistically, I only use them, and I should use them more on camera, but I only really use them in times like this when I know I'm going to lose count all the time. Oof, is that an increase? Yes, it's an increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, we're doing it. We're doing a good job. I believe I'm building cheeks at the moment. 2 and 3. So normally right now I would be listening to something. At the moment I've been binging Kitchen Nightmares. I get really soothed when somebody else is being yelled at by Chef Gordon. That's good for me. 12 stitches to finish the round. Sorry, I will try and keep the counting to a minimum just in case any of you are also trying to crochet right now. Guys, we nailed this row as well. Just pray for the best and keep going. Yeah, honestly, same. Seriously, I swear you can get like 10% of the stitches wrong in any given pattern, and I swear it still comes out exactly the same. Crochet wants to become things. It just wants to be what you want it to be. Let's see, we're up to row 6. We're just rocketing through this guy. I reckon we might be able to knock Ivysaur out in like 2 to 3 hours, and that's why I'm just like, maybe we start Venusaur. Has been a long day already though, so I don't want to make any promises, so you'll note that Venusaur is nowhere in the thumbnail. And 3. And we're going to single crochet these together, though at this point in time I was apparently still referring to them as decrease 3s. So I'm pretty sure that has to be a cheek or an ear maybe. Just had an advert. Oh, great. Good. Excellent. Sorry, I apologize. I understand ads are annoying, but you have to know that they support creators in moderation. Again, let me know if they get annoying. 3, 4. Benevolent dinosaur, I gotta know. If you don't crochet, what do you get out of the videos? Because like, sorry, I'm directing all of my charisma at the chat right now instead of at the camera, but like, I realize, I've had to realize that a bunch of people watch me and don't crochet, and I'm just like, how are you not bored to tears? There's nothing there for you. And then back to start. Cool. Yeah, I sometimes think that maybe I should get premium, but I just watch the ads. It's really funny watching who they think I am. Like, I've been getting a lot of yeah, let's just say that they're ads that aren't really applicable to me, and it's really funny because they're more applicable to my partner. Let's just put it that way. Thank you, Sam Lewis, for watching the ads. Well, Flushed Phoenix, I'm glad that you managed to pick up, I'm glad that you picked up a hook, right? Like, because honestly, I started to, like, I have so many origin stories as to how I started crocheting, but like, depending on the situation, I sort of started at a different point in my journey, but I tried to when I was about 18, and I hated it. I hated it so much, and I put them down and picked them up again 5 years later, and suddenly I could do it. So I just needed like processing time, I guess. So I get really happy when I find out that somebody's picked up a hook because of me. It's like AI might be coming for jobs, but we can take out the 3D printers. And decrease. And decrease. I can't wait to find out where this is going. It has been so long since I've made this pattern that I don't remember off the top of my head. I haven't cached what each part of the pattern is doing. So I'm on as much of a ride as you guys are right now. Currently, I'm trusting the process and hoping I haven't done anything too ridiculous here. I'm getting a lot of manscaping ads at the moment, I'll admit, and a lot of step 1 undergarments, but definitely aimed at men ads. So let's just say they think I have some anatomy that I do not have. Okay, that's my decrease, and then it was awesome, cool. I'm doing good, doing great. I'm doing great, guys. In case you were wondering, things are going fine. Then a decrease. That's a good crochet. And so yeah, I feel like some of them, like some of these Pokemon, I'm just going to be able to base them on ones that I've already made or shapes that I already have, but some of them will be a little bit more like the most recent Banana Leopard. Does that mean anything to you guys? Banana Leopard video that I did, where I'll just be talking through like how I'm making the shapes as I go. And honestly, those ones there will take a lot longer to make, because those ones take 5 to 6 hours each, whereas like just replicating or pattern hacking, a lot of the heavy lifting is done, and so like they take about half the time. I'm so sorry, Puppy Mint Mocha. I'm sure you smell great. I haven't seen the full body deodorant ads personally. Daniel Corby. That's really cool that you've been making the skull pattern. That's not a well-liked video. In fact, it's got a lot of dislikes, that one there. That and my rainbow frog. I just can't work out why people don't like it, but I've probably just not explained it super well. It's hard, because like, I refuse to say my patterns aren't for beginners, right? Because I personally believe, here we go, you got me started. I personally believe that beginner just means it's the speed you have to go at. It doesn't mean you can't do something. It just means that you might have to go really, really slowly at first, you know, and like Google everything and look things up. Whereas like, yeah, some of my patterns are really freaking complicated and probably aren't ideal for beginners, but I'm never going to discourage somebody from trying one. Are you kidding me? I launched myself into the deep end, and I think that's the best way for some people to learn. If someone's brave enough to tackle it, I'm not going to discourage them. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, we have reached the end of row 7. I'm pretty sure those are ears. They're very small on screen. I might have to work on getting a zoom in happening or something. You guys suitably entertained by what you can see on screen? Sorry, I just saw, will this pattern go on Etsy? No, none of the Pokemon patterns will ever go on Etsy. I'm so sorry. They will be out on Patreon, but Etsy could close down my shop. So we don't play around with that. No Disney characters, no Pokemon, not on Etsy. End of row 7. Okay, so we're starting row 8, and I believe in row 8, it's the last row before we would normally do the open mouth. But we're not doing an open mouth today. We're doing a closed mouth, and that's okay. I'm kind of hoping that I can just like ignore the open mouth instructions, just keep on stitching. But we'll see. I've got my notebook here to write the alternate, and then you could, I suppose, use it for a closed mouth Bulbasaur if you wanted to as well. And so like, cool, fantastic. We love that. We love patterns with multiple purposes, multiple uses. And then we're going to go 4 repeats. Ready? Sometimes I forget how to single crochet, and no, I don't want to talk about it. That's 3. And I think that's 4. We'll find out. Yeah, hey, cool. We are right on track. Hello. Hello, people who just arrived. I love the idea of people arriving to just me like silently chirping to myself because they've missed the context of what's going on. But yeah, music. In future there'll be music. There we go. Okay, Stephanie Vallis, do you find the knife style hold that you're using faster, more comfortable? I didn't even know that this was the knife style that I was using. Honestly, I think that the biggest piece of wisdom I can impart regarding the hook, because people seem to think that I hurt my hands with it, just don't grip it, don't choke it. If you've ever done calligraphy, you know that the number 1 rule of holding a pen or a pencil is you have a very loose grip at any point in time so you don't cramp up or get blisters. Same thing with the hook. I just very loosely like roll it back and forth. Even my tensioning finger, which I know some of you guys think is, again, painful. It's not. I'm just like, the yarn is just like very loosely gripped in my pudgy finger, I suppose. And that's just like, it's not gripping because that would hurt. We don't try and hurt ourselves. Okay, so this is the telltale roll. This is normally where we would attach the roof of the mouth for the Bulbasaur. But we're just gonna try and skip it. We're just gonna try and skip it. And we have our notepad here because we're going to be responsible crocheters, and we're going to write down the alterations that we make to the pattern. There's no second take here. But yeah, anyway, with these I'm really hoping to like get them all made it's kind of a pipe dream when you look at how many there are to do. Get them all made, and then I'd like to compile them into like a 2-hour-long video on YouTube that's just like I crocheted every Pokemon from Gen 1 and then we start again with Gen 2. So like that's the long-term plan. So okay, cool. So it looks like we can start this row relatively the same. Just working our way around. Excuse me, chat. I'll be back with you in a minute. So the thinking round. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oof, I split the yarn back there, but I'm going to soldier on instead of doing anything about it, because that's the vibe for today. 1 and 2. That's 2. I got 1 more of these to go. And 6 and 7, and I promised I wouldn't count, and here I am counting out loud. Sorry. It might just have to be. I might just have to count out loud. We can do a little bit more. Okay, so this is normally where the mouth would start, and instead of doing the mouth, we're going to not do the mouth. And instead, I might front post it just to try and give him a little bit of a beak. I don't know if I'm being overly ambitious there. Okay, brace for frogging. There might be some coming up real soon. Well, yeah, we'll do some back post single crochet, and then we'll finish off the round with the other cheek, which should still be the same number of stitches. First time I've managed to get on time for a live video. Well, Laura Thresher, this is the first time I've been live in about 18 months. So, honestly, yeah, congrats to everybody who made it, because I announced it like 10 minutes before I went live. Is this pre-recorded? Galaxy Warrior Cat? It is not. I am here. I am coping. Maybe fun to jump from gym leader to gym leader for Gen 1 and crochet their teams. It could be fun. And I've also thought about like crocheting my dream gym team. And I'm going to have problems when it comes time to do certain Pokemon from Gen 1, because I'm going to want to make them really big. Sorry, I forgot. My audio is a problem. I'm going to want to make them really big. Like Gyarados. I'm going to want to make Gyarados, not Gyarados. But I don't know if time's going to allow for Gyarados. But at the same time, I don't think time was going to allow for Metapod either. And somehow Metapod has turned out to be, I think, the biggest one I've made. I don't understand how you happened, sir. Sometimes it just happens that way. Which AU state am I from? I am in Western Australia. So it is about 7:40 here at the moment. Fun fact, I was going to try and start this stream at like 10 AM my time, and that just didn't happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am so good at counting, you guys. I think. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay, yeah. And then finish off with a little cheek. Oh. Well, Seraphine, good luck with your paperwork chores. They can be fun though. Do you get to use Excel? I like Excel. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. You're going to be seeing that a lot of my stream. I am trying to remember to drink more water, which means all of you get to remember to drink more water as well. goodness, how many of you are in Perth right now? It's more because I'm just trying to judge the risk of running into any of you in the wild. His little dumb face. It's like a little lip there, just like... Yeah, How Ridiculous and I Did a Thing. That is correct. They are both... How Ridiculous is definitely WA focused. Didn't know I Did a Thing was. I knew he was Australian though. And I'm not really at that scale. Not really. Okay, in row 10 we are attaching the bottom of the mouth. I write good instructions, folks. I'm sorry, I do. This is great. Okay, cool. So I'm just working around the back of the head again. This is fine. Please don't think I'm full of myself. I'm just trying to indulge some positive self-talk. No, don't be watching me at 4:40 in the morning. How are you trying to ruin your day? Might bump into you at Spotlight one day. Yeah, you might, Elaine. Genuinely. That place is the mothership. Though I understand that apparently we are starved for choices here, as I keep getting told on social media, but I feel pretty good about my Marvel yarn. I'm telling you. They updated their colours 3 or 4 years ago and just still lacking some browns, but you know, they're definitely doing their best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even remember what I'm counting to. 6. Ha, cool. 1 off. There we go. Okay. Hello everybody. Hello, hi from UK, hi Melbourne. I'm streaming late for Australia. No, I'm not. No, it's 7:42. It's PM. We're still just in that post-evening moment. If we do see you in the wild, are you okay with us coming to say? Of course, but please be prepared for the fact that I am not the same person in the wild. In fact, you may not recognize me. I am an awkward human being, and I don't know how I'm gonna react, so please know that I mean well, and if I flee, know it's coming from a place of love. Okay, cool. We're doing 3 repeats of an increase now. Here we go. But honestly, yeah, if any of you recognize me in public and come up to me, I'd probably be more excited than you are. Why do I have the Indiana Jones theme song stuck in my head? That's out of left field. I suppose it's better than the Bluey theme song. That was the other day, and that was even weirder because I don't think I've ever seen a single episode. Oh no, that's not true. I babysat my nephew the other day, and he watches the occasional episode. So many Florida people freaks you out as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to get like a little map so I could see, because like that'd be really cool to just like see where everybody's tuning in. I can't believe there's 218 people watching right now. Oh my goodness. I think last time I streamed it was like 80. That was still a lot of people. Like this guys, we're more than a bus. We're like 2 full buses. Oh, I like that. Zach the Sunshine. Kylie is like Entei. You randomly encounter in the wild, get 1 turn to do something, and she flees from the encounter. That's exactly right. And I hear the boss music coming. I was saying, you guys don't get the battle music. I hear it. I hear it coming. So I know something's about to happen. Where am I? There I am. Okay, it's okay. I found it. We're good. We're working on Ivysaur, for anyone who didn't know. Sorry. I should repeat that every so often. 4, 5, 6, and 7. I feel like we're out of sync with where we should be, so I'm just gonna go back and count everything again. Just give me 1 second. So then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We are. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Okay, cool. I was off by 1. I knew it. Felt wrong. Felt it in my giblets. Well, awesome. I am very happy to keep you company while you are sick, Stephanie, but I hope you feel better soon. Watching from Berlin. Oh, that's so cool. Alright, which game do you play from Pokemon? I've played everything up to Sun and Moon. And then I have Sun, and I got like 3 hours in and it still just felt like a tutorial, and I kind of feel like a traitor. But like, it killed everything. Like, I used to shiny hunt for hours in like X. Because I love my shiny hunting. But like, yeah, no, something about Pokemon Sun specifically just killed the franchise for me a little bit. But I've been getting back into it now since doing it on YouTube. I'd really like to play Scarlet or Violet. Whichever one's the one with the prehistoric ones. I think it's Scarlet. Yeah. So I'm planning on getting that at some point because I think it's really cool. But I honestly don't have the time to game as often as I would like. So it feels like a waste of resources to get it right now. Yeah, that's my little tale of Pokemon. Then line up the bottom of the jaw with the next stitch. I'm not going to do that because we don't have a jaw. 3 up the side, 2 on the front, 3 down the side. Now, is that to replace the 10? Because that's not enough stitches. Okay, we're going to have to modify this slightly. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, because we have only 8 stitches to do what we had 10 to do before. So we'll just chuck a decrease in on either side, frankly. That's a piece of pie, that is. Gotta stop pulling faces. I gotta stop pulling faces. I'm so sorry about the faces I pull while I'm designing. And we're gonna do that. And then carry on. So that should sync us back up. We'll get our stitch count exactly as we are expecting it to be. And there won't be any real interruption. So yeah, I nailed that interaction. Didn't explain it very well, but basically because I'm not doing an open mouth, I had to adjust the kind of stitches I was doing. And the bottom of the mouth had 8 stitches in it, but the top of the mouth has 10. So I had to get down to 8 stitches in a way that would like sync up with the rest of the rows. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just a matter of solving each tiny little problem as it pops up. We go, and then we finish off with a decrease 3. Cool. Right here for the second puffy little cheek. Unfiltered content. Yeah, yes, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what going live is. It's unfiltered content. Then later, if I dox myself, which I have done before, I just quietly take the live down, and nobody gets to know. Oh, hi Annalie. And hi Randall. That's so cute. Ages 6 and 4. Okay, well, as soon as they're old enough, get a hook in their hands. Great for math skills, great for algebra. I'm going to do it to all my nibblings. I have 3 nieces and a nephew. Really glad I got that right. They're like, I'm just waiting for them to manifest as like Lego kids or crafty kids or drawing kids or music kids, and then I'm going to spoil the ever-loving shit out of them. Yeah, I love those kids, all of them. That's my one swear for this stream. I apologize. Hopefully no children are actually watching. Instead of sleeping, I'm watching this Croxby. Should you be sleeping? Will this be on the channel as a video? Yeah, so my plan is that I want to compile it into like a massive movie length. I crocheted all 151 original Pokemon. So this live stream will stay on the channel. If I decide to keep doing them regularly, I'll probably have them on a separate channel, like ComplicatedKnots Live or ComplicatedKnots Uncut, or you know something like that, just so that like live streams aren't for everyone, and I don't want people who aren't interested and haven't subscribed to see live streams getting annoyed by them cropping up regularly. So we might just split them off. There's also a chance that I go to Twitch as well. Possibly I do both. I don't know. I'm just testing the format right now. But in any case, if you do need to go to sleep or leave, or you don't have time right now, or you want to watch them later, this video should still be available. I can't see why I would take it down unless, as I mentioned before, I dox myself. Good morning to Texas. It's total, and yes, Bulbasaur is totally an angry frog with a ghillie suit. So our Ivysaur is coming along nicely. We have, I'll just hold it up to the camera. Or not. We're on a funny angle. There we go. Okay, so we have the front of the head forming. Wow, the color difference is really, really obvious when you look at like the sprite right there. We've got the little mouth across the front, which looks ridiculous, and I wish I hadn't done it. But we're going to lean into the curve and just pretend it looks good. So now we're just going to be curving off into like the little puck of the body. So Devil's Coffee Mug, glad to have you here. I'm hoping that this has been reasonably productive so far, but I am following mostly a pattern that exists. The real test for this will be the leaves and the flower, but like assuming that I can do that on camera, there's going to be a lot more lives, because I go a little crazy sitting in here talking to a camera with no one talking back. And like, this is kind of nice because I can talk to the camera for a bit, and then I remember that there's people here and I look slightly to the right and look at all these wonderful people. Like Galaxy Warrior Cat telling me I need to make a mushroom dragon. Oh boy, do I have a story there. I once attempted to make a mushroom dragon during the run of this channel for this channel. It was meant to be a follow-up to my 1 hour, 10 hour, 100 hour thing. Like I've got... Come here, mate. I think he's Albert. Sitting off to the corner there, and the mushroom dragon was meant to be like the next one. But then I did the 1 hour one and I hated him so much. Oh, he's so bad that I put him down and I never got to work on the 10-hour version of him. And I still have the footage sitting in a folder somewhere for if I ever decide to go back. Because yeah, in theory, a mushroom dragon sounds really cool. So does like the sky whale I was working on at one point. So in love with that concept, but just the sheer scale of the embroidery needed to bring that concept to life doesn't really work with the weekly uploads that I do try and stick to. I know I've been a little bit off my game recently, but we're getting back into it. We are. Like this week's video I think should be a little bit fun. I actually haven't watched the footage yet, but it took about 12 hours longer than expected to film. And answers a question that I'm sure most of you have thought about at some point and probably reached the same conclusion I have with it, but we tried it nonetheless. I'm not going to say bonjour. Are you kidding me? You could clip it and make me sound ridiculous. But hello to Canada. Breloom is a mushroom dragon. Yeah, okay, Breloom. I love Breloom. I love my mushroom kangaroo. Not a dragon, kangaroo. Though I think the megaform, is the megaform a dragon? Or am I thinking of Ampharos? Anywho, I'm counting, and you're being very distracting. I'm going to try another one. And no. And 4. And we're going to increase, as we love ourselves an increase. Silent speaker 01. I am so glad to hear it. Like I said before, I love the idea that people are picking up a hook because of me, because I have just gotten so much in my life from crocheting. Just like it has been there through all kinds of times. And it's a very peaceful hobby. And I just love the fact that we can take string, like this is literally a ball of string, and turn it into just whatever we want. It's just painting with string. Go us. Hopefully I'm still approximately on the right count, but that's, I suppose, the beauty of a stitch marker here. Let's try and increase. And a single crochet. And in future I might even try having the notes on the screen, but I don't know how effective that would really be. It might just complicate things from my side. But I can understand why you guys might be interested in that necessarily. See, I don't want to do that. Why would I want to do back post stitching there now? Do you have back post stitching under your jaw, do you? Oh, you've got a bottom lip. I see. Well, we're not going to do that, mate. But oh, in case anyone's interested, this is the Bulbasaur pattern that is a video on YouTube. I'm just adjusting a couple of the rows so that the mouth isn't open. Row 11, we've got 8, just regular single crochet in there. Yes, the D's are important. Hannah to Heinous. Patoos are literally my spirit animal. Say, if you ever want to see me make that specific facial expression, point a camera at me when I wasn't expecting one. Just, yeah. You're welcome, everybody, for that facial expression. Patoos are great, and sometimes they hoot and sound like women screaming. Honestly, any of the frog mouths are pretty great, though. We have great birds here. They're not necessarily as like brightly coloured as some of the ones you find in other places. Though apparently our kookaburras have snuck over to the UK. Has anybody been following that news story? Apparently the kookaburras have invaded the UK countryside. Which is funny to me because over here they eat like snakes and stuff, and I don't think you guys have any of those over there, unless I'm just completely uninformed, which I could be. I'm probably completely uninformed. Sorry, I had to edit myself to clean up what I was about to say. Crochet Patoo, exactly, yeah, fun. Oh yeah, no, they're the least photogenic animals ever. Patoos, that is, not kookaburras. Kookaburras are kind of great. I'd blow out my mic, but I can do a pretty good impersonation of one. Row 12, I think, guys, I think we're past the alterations I need to make for this pattern. I think it's just smooth sailing from here. So, huzzah and hurrah. Just a single crochet, and we got a little decrease. Can we see my mushroom? Okay, all right. So, Stephanie, the mushroom dragon attempt is in a box over there. It's not super accessible at the moment, but I will try to remember to dig him out for a future thing. I'm not deliberately withholding him, and honestly in general I don't tend to cut up anything. I have a massive box just full of like bits and drafts and stuff that at some point I should dig out and make something with. Though honestly my higher priority is coming up with a concept, because I have a collab scheduled with our dear friend Lee over at Skein Spider. Subscribe to her if you haven't already, because she's great, and I'm supposed to be coming up with an idea for what we can do. I don't know what to do at this point. Maybe another mystery pattern episode would be nice. I'll come up with something. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time. It's always a good time. 4 and 5. You are a fat little dude, my friend. Which I say only in the most positive of ways, okay? Your little stupid little mouth. Now, Laura Thresher, the Kookaburra song, are we talking about the pants on fire or the sitting in the gold gum tree? Because depending on who you ask, there's 2 versions of that song. And in my experience, I don't know, people outside Australia tend to know one, and we all know the other. Yeah, Galaxy Warrior Cat, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, like some sort of, like, pull out all of the bits, because, like, there's, honestly, they date back to before the channel at this point. I only ever break them down if I specifically need, like, the yarn, or occasionally I think I've broken one down to get the eyes, because I can be a bit stingy, and I'd rather recycle than buy new if I can get away with it. I have no idea where I am in this row. I've gotten completely distracted. But yeah, no, I've just been, every time I draft something up and it doesn't end up being a final piece, it just goes in the box. Like, so obviously I missed a couple of uploads recently. It just so happens that I happened to get the flu. It knocked me on my butt. But I did have a pattern prepared. And I thought it was pretty funny. And I ended up releasing it to Patreon just because it was just the notes. There was like no video. I didn't have the energy to film it or edit it or anything like that. I didn't even make a final version of it. But all the bits from that particular rabbit and those chickens, except for apparently this one who's sitting here. Yeah, I will work out the sweet spot. You gonna focus for me? There we go. Sitting here judging me. They're all just in the box. They're in the box, and I'll dig them out. And so that's like 2 ears, 4 legs, a body, a couple of eye. You know what I mean? Like it's just like they're fully formed creatures. They just end up in the box because I can't be bothered sewing them together. Oh, and in case anyone was wondering, that pattern might circle back around again, but it was very specifically an Easter pattern, so I didn't see the point in having missed the Easter upload window, releasing it after Easter. So it'll probably come out next year for everybody else. Where am I up to? Again, increase. We're increasing. I swear I've skipped a stitch here somewhere. I've got the bad vibes. Yeah, Hannah Tahanus. I love your name, by the way. I'm glad I'm feeling better too. That was not the most fun. That was not the most fun. And I yeah, it's just, sometimes I have to remind myself that I'm allowed to take a sick day. Because it's surprisingly difficult to do when you are your own boss. And that sounds so silly. That sounds so ridiculous. But I am someone who's wired to be just working. It's what I do. And I mean, look at my work. Look at my work right now, right? It's like, oh, woe is me. But if I'm not working, I feel like I'm wasting my time. And so like the idea of the fact that I took 2 weeks off, and luckily it coincided with the patch update to Stardew Valley. So I started a new farm and managed to hit perfection, like within that window. Hooray! But so like it wasn't wasted time. It was enjoyable time to a certain extent. But I would have preferred to get the video up, you know, and I didn't, and I felt like I was letting everybody down. But we're back into it now, and we're having a good time. That's enough of that. I try and keep this a positive place for my sake. I like to visit a positive place. Please, 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 please cross your fingers for me, guys. I don't know if I've missed a stitch here, but I might have, and I will know right now. She's done it. She kept the stitch count somehow. Kit, didn't I lecture you years ago about making sure you always take time for you and your, yeah, yes you did, Kit, but I'm not someone who can be told. I like to learn the hard way. I'm learned by doing. So, yeah, you can tell me fire is hot, but I'm still going to want to poke it to verify. So, it's just, I don't know, it's just how I'm wired. It's how I'm wired. I can't help it. And again, I would like to just gesture to what my work actually is and point out that it looks an awful lot like just doing a hobby that people do when they're ill to help recover. So, hi, BB. Yeah, resting is not a waste of time. Exactly. I'm a big advocate for resting and looking after yourself. It's just I'm not great at applying it to myself. Okay. Hubby wants a Mimic dice caddy. Oh, well, I mean, I've got the little ring box. It fits, I think it was like 8 dice in it. Or the big Mimic. I've seen people convert into a little dice thingamy. At one point, I almost, I turn down a lot of sponsorships. I do. I haven't taken any for this channel yet. And one of them was D&D adjacent. I won't go into the details of it, but I turned it down recently. And I'd like to do some more D&D patterns for this channel, free from the confines of the thing I won't speak about and shouldn't have brought up. Where am I up to here? Oh, goody. We're up to doing some things now. So I'm supposed to insert the eyes. So I've got my little baggie of eyes. Yeah. So these are, I buy these by like lots of 200 or something. Because they're the ones that I've used on all of my little Pokemon. I've carefully and artfully scattered a bunch of my Gen 1s around from little Eevee. We got Charmander, and like we've got Squirtle behind the camera there, just chewing on my camera tripod. And Articuno's back there as well, but her tail's a bit floppy now, so she's a bit camera shy. But like, wow, she was one of my first, I think. Oh no, the Evolutions were definitely my first. So I got like Flareon. Vaporeon's packed away because I think she's a derpy nightmare, and Jolteon's all floppy, but we love our floppy creations. So we're supposed to insert the eyes into row 7, and so that the outer edge of the eye lines up with the corner of the mouth. Okay, well that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The real trick here is I'm trying to follow my own pattern. So, and I don't follow instructions very well at the best of times, so we're just gonna do our best. You look like a ditto nightmare, you do. Let's move that in. So there's the corners of the mouth. Where's my sprite? There's my sprite. I feel like Ivysaur is meant to look slightly more present. Oh my goodness. Is anybody else getting that same derpy vibe as I'm getting from that? Where? Do I have another channel? No, I just have this one. But I was talking before about maybe doing my lives on a separate channel. Yeah, just keep them separate. I'm trying to keep the eyes matching up with everyone else, but brother, help. I mean, it'll look different once I've added the whites on. It will. They'll look slightly bigger. They'll look slightly more appropriate. So then they're never gonna look quite. Okay. Oh no, that's better. I moved them up to row 6. Still very close together. Maybe I'll do a little red iris and then a little white, and so again they'll look a little bit big. We're gonna go with that, okay? We're going with this. And I want to remind you all that he is a precious baby and we love him. Oh, exactly. I can always paint them later. And like part of this is just like, I know that for some of them I've ended up doing like crochet eyes, like, oh, you do not want to focus for me today, do ya? And like others have gotten like really special treatment and ended up huge, but most of them only have, like even like Cedra here, little eyes. They're just, most of them have the little eyes, and I am trying to like keep with that. But if you look at the designs of these Pokemon, they don't even have all the same eyes. It's very frustrating. Oh, you're just a little muffin head, aren't you? Okay, what else am I supposed to be doing? I am supposed to stuff the head at this point, which seems really early, but I might leave that a little bit longer. Be strong, Clarence. Be strong for mother. Yeah. Sam Lewis, it's fine. Yeah, no worries. I don't mind people asking things. I mind me running my mouth a little bit because I feel like it's in bad taste to turn down a deal and then be running my mouth about it, so at some point I might take sponsors on the channel. Maybe. But I still kind of feel the same way I feel about it as last time I spoke about it here, which is just that like I really enjoy not working for anyone else. So having a sponsor feels a little bit like being a contractor, I guess. Well, aren't you just a little cutie patootie? Huh? I've managed to put your eyes in crooked, but that's just a very me thing to do. Let's see. Coletti Spaghetti, this is my first live stream in about 18 months, so I guess you've timed your illness well. Alrighty, do I have YouTube channels that I watch or recommend? Okay, confession time. I don't watch a lot of crochet content. I don't watch any crochet content. I try and create the content that I would like to watch in that space, but I like Nerd Forge, and I used to watch a lot of Jazza, but I've stopped recently. Evan and Caitlin is my comfy place. I will watch literally hours of their game streams or their craft streams or their design streams. I will just watch them. I will watch them no matter what they are doing, though that Furby dog that they made recently is the most cursed thing I have ever seen. I hate it and I love it and it's great. Let's see, who else have I been watching recently? I'm drawing a blank, but that's just because I've watched so much Kitchen Nightmares in the last month that it's kind of wiped out everything else from my YouTube viewing. Over here. So yeah, so long story short, I'm not a great source of recommendations right now, but that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of great people doing fantastic things right now. I'm a big fan of the Mareep line, sorry. Zach the Sunshine has asked what's everybody's favourite Pokemon line. I do enjoy the Mareep line. I'll have to have a think about to see if they're my favourite, because I'm also a massive fan of Joltik, but not necessarily Joltik's evolutions. Yeah, I don't know what my favourite is. I'll have to have a think about that. While I get back to crocheting, which is what we're here for, and we're into row 13 now. Look at that, I stuffed the head on autopilot. Golly, I'm good sometimes. 1, 2, 3. I really like the Whismur through to Exploud. They'd be pretty high up on my list. I know that's kind of an odd choice, but I'm a big fan of those ones. I do like Shroomish and Breloom are kind of a funny one for me, like some of my favorites. Not a fan of Zubat and Golbat, but Crobat might be like my beloved. That makes sense. Like I love Crobat. I love Crobat so much, particularly like I've got a shiny one. I've got a shiny Greninja, but then I wasn't a real big fan of Froakie. So like just because you hatch 1,000 of something doesn't make them your best friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24. Almost there. You know what? I might have to say Magikarp and Gyarados might be my favorite line, because there's just something so pure about that storyline. Just the idea of going from this absolutely ridiculously useless fish and becoming like this all-powerful being. Rummage, rummage. Oh, I do have them here. See, I love them so much that I have... You might have seen these in some videos. Got my little earrings. One's a little Magikarp and one's a little Gyarados. I'm currently wearing some Gengar ones that will not be super visible on camera. And I like to wear the Magikarp and Gyarados ones when I'm playing Pokemon. I also have some Snorlaxes for when I'm having a very Snorlax day, because sometimes it's just a Snorlax day. But yeah, the Gyarados and Magikarp are pretty special. I think I did 27 stitches. Were you guys watching? I wasn't watching. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, we're on. We're slightly crooked feeling, but we're on track. Oh yeah, no, I love Gengar. I love Gengar so much I don't know where Gengar is. Is he in this bag? Jolteon just escaped. He's not in this bag. Sorry, I have like 3 boxes of Pokemon at this point, because like I said, I've made 64 of them. And Gengar must be in one of my other boxes. But I love him so much. I spent 7 hours making him when I did not have the time. Okay, Crazy Poppy Lady, thank you for letting me know, because like I've been live for wow over an hour. Okay, I pick up the pace a little bit, but it's good to know that people aren't getting like hounded with ads. If anyone ever tells you that they're not in control of how often they get ads, like loosely they're not. Like I could like give you an ad manually now, but I've got it set to automatically assign them to you. But I've set it to like be chill, you know. I'd rather you spend more time watching me than being sold electric razors and underwear, if I'm honest. And we're going to decrease. That explains why I felt crooked. It's because I corrected it in the next row. See? Just past me knew what she was on about, even if present me is rambling a little bit. Oh, the squeak is starting to come in. $21, $22. What am I counting to anyway? 23, 25. Cool, awesome. Fantastic. I'm wondering if I can zoom in slightly. Hold on. This could break everything. So, no, that's out. That's out. Ho, ho, ho. It's not really lined up though, so I'm going to zoom back out. Sorry, everybody. Hope that didn't make you feel seasick or anything. Stop turning. Stop turning. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're back. I'm going to stop moving the camera. Favorite one I've crocheted. Oof, that's so hard because like since the Carnivine effect kicked in, I've grown a fondness for many Pokemon that I previously didn't like. The Rhyperior from the last video was pretty special. I'm also really, really fond of the Mew from the last video that everyone kept telling me that my old Mew was cuter, and I just think that's rude. No, it wasn't. Nobody meant it in a mean spirit. I was like, it's fine. Yeah. I'm a big fan of my little Nidoran girl. She's just a cute little bunny. It's just... I suffer from... And like in playing the game as well, my favourite tends to be whichever one I'm currently looking at. But I can tell you, I will not enjoy Mr. Mime. In fact, I might set aside 2 days where I just pound out all of the humanoid ones. So the Abra line, the Machop line, we'll get Mr. Mime done, we'll get Jinx done, and we'll try and be as careful as possible with Jinx. And yeah, we'll just knock out all of the human figures in like 2 24-hour streams back to back. That's the plan. Yeah. Because like I'm not going to have any fun that day. I'm going to be cranky, and so you guys can like bring the puns and the knock jokes and keep me in good spirits. Deal? Okay. That's fine. You're allowed to think that the eyes are weird. The next pattern that I make to release will be, well, there's a vote currently on my channel asking you guys to pick. So it's had 22,000 votes, something like that. Hang on, I've got a tab open. I can check. Let's have a look at what's winning at the moment. Otter is going to win. Like, it's fine. I just feel like there might have been more interesting options there, but Otter will be super cute. Yeah, Otter has 32% of the vote after 2,800 votes. So if you guys wanted to vote for any of the other options, the power is in your hands. But that is the next pattern. So this week I have a different video. There is actually a spoiler for the video in the background of this frame. But then after that it should be whatever that poll votes for, and then I might do a second chance draw over on Patreon for it. Might put new options, might do a second chance draw. It depends. Just single crocheting around? That's so easy. Yeah, Jinx has a controversial history. But like I said, I think there might be we might have to, like I said, just tread very carefully with that one there. Mr. Mime, I just think is creepy. I think Mr. Mime is creepy, and I don't see why he should exist. But then, like, there's also potential there for him to be hit by the Carnivine effect, and through making him, I'll be a doll channel, and I'll be all about those creepy, creepy humanoids. Will they all eventually be released? Kakuna Matata. Great name. Are you referring to the community poll? Because like all of those are things that I picked out of you guys' suggestions. They come from the comment section. They come largely from the Discord, where there's like a Not My Idea channel. And yeah, like they might all eventually be released, but the point is that like we're picking one or two of them, and they're going to be the focus. Eventually I'll get through everything. But they will not be scheduled. I always like those votes because it's always really funny to me that like one will make itself known as like the majority favorite. In this case, it's the otter, and like it's a fairly close vote, honestly, compared to some that we've had, but like it's clearly the otter. But then in the comment section, there'll be a vocal favorite. And in this case, it's the rhinoceros beetle, which I honestly thought would do better. I was a big fan of the rhinoceros beetle. I have a really cool idea for one. But it's just like, it's always really funny to me that it's like, there's the one that people vote for, and then there's the one that the people comment about, and the people will be heard. It's good. It's good. I know you guys now want a rhino beetle, so cool. Rhino beetle on the list. Crazy poppy lady. Nope, no chance. The doll type will bore you so much. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm feeling. It's like, I like interesting shapes. If I wanted to make people, I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I wanted to make people. It's just, this is no shade whatsoever to people who make dolls. I've seen people make them absolutely beautifully, and there's some crochet patterns out there that make wonderful, fantastic dolls. I have literally nothing to add to the conversation, so I don't know why I would try and insert myself into the room. We're reaching the end of the body puck now. Then it's just some little legs. You're making not bad time. If I had focused a little better, prattled a little less, we would have been a little further along, but I think this is a more fun way to do it. Good morning. Let's see. How do I recommend keeping motivation to keep crocheting big projects? You gotta really want whatever it is you're making. I found that I cannot fake it, and that if I'm not actually super interested in having the thing that I'm making, I will find every excuse, and my house will get really clean in between. The looming pressure of having a video to shoot helps, but for, I don't know, the average person, I would suggest making the head first, the face specifically, because then that face will watch you and it will judge you. And for every day you don't make any progress on its body, it'll look at you and ask why. Why aren't you working on me? And that judgment is honestly a powerful motivator. Give it a name if you can. Talk to it. You'll start feeling really bad soon enough. I don't know, I think some of my childhood trauma might be showing. You know what? I'm being brought around on this stitch marker, because every time I reach the end of a row and that last stitch falls into that marked stitch, I'm just like, yes, I am awesome. Look at me go. Look at me counting like a pro. I suppose I am a professional counter. Okay. I don't remember which row I'm up to. Row 17. We're up to row 17. Okay, and around we go again. See, this isn't like a video. I can't just make it a montage. I can't just throw to a hyperlapse. You're in it for the long haul with me. expecting to see that viewership drop any second. So you realize exactly how many stitches that actually is. Yeah. Rayska Gamer, I don't think you missed much. We're still just working on Ivysaur's body. We're getting close to the end of it now. I need to fix the lighting in here. It's a little bit dim. Which is funny because, like, I feel like this is lit, but I wish this was lit. I think it's that's the problem. Every time I turn the camera on, I find something new to start fixing and picking out and adjusting. We soundproofed the other day. Got big foam panels up on the mirrored wardrobe and in the window and on the wall. So yeah, progress. Lots of progress. Okay, just curious, why am I doing a live video so late? It's only 8:30 at night. And honestly, I was hoping to go, I promised myself I would go live today because I've been trying to get to this point for months now. But I originally thought I'd be live by like 10 a.m. this morning for me. But between technical problems and just stuff that I had to do, and then my video shoot for this week's video went really, really late. Last night, I was still working on it about 11 o'clock, 11:30 when it finished. And so, like, yeah, it just, an early morning thing didn't happen. Also, I'm just chattier in the evenings. I'm very much a night person. I find it a lot easier to just, like, chatting in the morning is just very difficult. I don't want people to talk to me before midday. So I don't know if I'm ever going to be a morning streamer. Besides, it's 4 a.m. in some places, as I found out. So for some people, it is the morning. Hello, my crooked beloved. How are you doing? Okay. Okay. Life is not suffering, so we can continue. Congratulations, Seraphine. Laziness is your reward. Mr. Republican, it is not Thursday. It's Monday. I also exist on the other 6 days of the week. There will still, hopefully, be a video this Thursday. I finished filming yesterday. This is, like, the bonus features. Yeah, see? 5 a.m. somewhere. Time is relative. Hey, maybe I'm not a night owl. Maybe I'm just on a US time frame. Like, yeah. That works. That works. Have I ever done a dog pattern other than Cerberus? Well, I did the headless dog that one year for Christmas. That was a complete just misfire. Other than that, not specifically a dedicated dog pattern. I wouldn't mind doing like a sausage dog or a French bulldog. There was the howling wolf. It's just a whole other story. But no, we are sadly lacking in dogs, which is funny because I've seemed to have done like 1 million cats, and I'm a dog person. I'm not really a cat person. Don't get me wrong, I think cats are funny. But like, yeah, no, I'm more of a dog person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. This is great. We're on our final row. You ready, guys? 1, 2. Really hoping I remembered to snap the backs on those eyes. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I did. 5, 6. Awesome. Finish off, and we're going to trim. Look at us go! Yeah, the headless dog, the one that had the stocking on its head. That was, but like, if you didn't make the stocking, it was literally just the body of a dog. It wasn't like, it didn't have a head underneath there. Like I said, it was just a total misfire. I don't know what I was thinking. Everyone was like, is this from something? No. It's from my poor stressed out brain who thought it was funny. I give you Ivysaur the tadpole. One day I'll work out where the camera is. There it is. Hey, look at us go. And as I said, we'll put it in a slightly more upright pose so it'll look a little bit more majestic. Guys, we're doing so great. I need white and I need red. Red. That's the color of Ivysaur's eyes, right? Yeah. Don't need a lot of it though. Back that away. And oh, if you hear farty noises, it's I'm sitting on a yoga ball. And every so often it makes a weird noise. Yeah. Sewing, everybody's favorite part. There we go. So we'll try and put some eyes on this little boy. Yeah, stocking pup. That's exactly it. It's good. I tuned back into the comment section right at the right time. Now we do some red on the inside as well, or just the outside? I think just the outside. Get in there. Get in there. So I'm going to have a word with your mother. There we are. Nailed it. I actually muffed that up pretty bad. And on camera too, with all these nice people watching. Alright, yep. Bye Joseph Kelly. The stream will be up if you wanted to catch up more of it later. It's not the most inspiring thing, but see yous. Ivy Bean, exactly. You're gonna give him angry eyebrows. I might give him angry eyebrows. Ivysaur always felt like he had the biggest bone to pick, you know? Like Bulbasaur was just sort of chill and happy to be there, vibing. And Venusaur was kind of like, yeah, I got this, fam. Oh, what am I saying? What is this language? But Ivysaur was like, I like felt like they had something to prove, you know? Stabby, stabby. Snip. Stabby, stabby. Okay, and this is way too much red, but that's fine. Then we need some white. Oh, cool, we've already got a strand. Fantastic. They're all kind of ditto-esque. And no, we're going to just try a little bit of a white edge on it as well. Yeah, he cranky. He's a cranky boy. There we go. See, those eyes are a little bit big. He looks like he forgot to wear his glasses today. And I love that about him. Oh, my sweetheart. Never let anyone make fun of you, okay? So if you think this is fun, just wait until you see how badly I unravel when I have to make shells for Wartortle and Blastoise. Or I just crack under the pressure of Charizard. Look at him! He's adorable. Rawr. Sorry, I'm amused. Hopefully some of you are as well. I gotta say, I love what I do. I do. Now, eyebrows. No, well, bye, Mia. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, we're gonna give him little teeth. Don't worry about that. He's gonna look so dumb. We're gonna give him little teeth now. I'm just gonna give him some slightly little angry eyelids, right? Is he so cranky? Because we haven't made him any legs. He's getting too old for this nonsense. There we go, and just carefully. All the attitude you could want in a tiny little bean, okay? The sass. Okay, and now the... Oh, we just lost our camera. Okay, my camera overheated, guys. I wondered if that was going to happen. So, my option, I want to keep going, but it just means that we might have to chill for a second, and I'll turn that camera back on when it cools down a little bit. But we still have this camera, and I'll fiddle with it a little bit so that maybe you guys are pointing slightly further down, because I feel like my face is kind of irrelevant to a lot of this. Don't get me wrong, I think I pull fun faces. Oh wow, you guys don't have any audio. Oh no, wait, no, I'm using the snowball. You have audio. We're fine. We've got audio. All right. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Yep, there we go. And there we go. Backup plan? How are we coping? Did I lose you all? Yeah, sorry. The camera that I have there is known for overheating, just as the type of camera that it is. But that's okay. Backup plan has been instigated. Yeah, I probably should. I wasn't sure that I was going to have this problem, but some sort of cooling plate or something would be great for it, because they do get it gets very, very hot, but it has been running for a while. Got a little twerk going. There we go. Just move you off to one side, the happy boy that you are. And we'll bring some other friends into play to try and make this slightly more interesting, and next time I'll be more prepared with a better shot. But for now, this actually isn't a bad angle for you guys to get proper angry eyes going. And then I'm just going to start crocheting up the legs anyway. So my own interesting facial expressions will probably be at a minimum anyway. But hang around long enough and we'll bring back the other camera. But honestly, if that's the only technical issue we have this stream, cool, awesome, that's fantastic. Just really glad I wasn't using it for my microphone. That would have been a problem. Alright, so we've got our little angry eyes. They're not even, but nothing I do ever is. And we'll pop that to one side to sew things together later. Teeth? I think we do some teeth. Back to the white. Oh, okay. So marble tiles, I've also heard that like you can get like metal ones that are like heat sinks. So honestly, the camera that I'm using probably isn't great for what I'm using it for. And realistically, I could probably just get another one of these little ones. given that it seems to be performing adequately. And temperature check. It's warm but not hot, so like it's a little bit more long term. Whereas like the Sony, which is the thing that overheated, oh, I'll turn the sprite back on this page as well. Hold on, we can chuck that back up. Image, sprite, okay, there he is. Rawr. And we'll just sneak him on into the corner. We'll just move this off to one side. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we are maximizing the use of our space. Aren't we great? We're doing great. So fun. Oh, you got wide teeth, don't you, boy? So I'll just sneak them in here. Flushed Phoenix, I completely agree. I kind of learned to embrace a couple of years ago the fact that everything I make turns out slightly crooked. Because I honestly think it just adds personality. It's just like, yeah, it's posing. It's not crooked, it's a pose. Personality. That's one. Yeah, we got one little tooth. Go. You know what? I'm genuinely so proud of myself for not freaking out when my camera died. See, that's what I mean. I'm high-strung. I'm a high-strung, stressed out, anxious individual. Look at me. It was like, that's fine. We'll just keep it rolling. That seems like personal growth. I do wish the lighting was slightly better. Can I fix that? Right, brace yourself, guys. There's going to be a lighting change. Ready? No, the flickering's too awful. It was worth a shot. But there is his dumb little face. I'm going to pinch his ears up a little bit. There we go. Give him a little face haircut. Okay, so the next thing that we could do is stitch on his face markings, but I feel like that might not be what you guys are here for really, so let's crochet up some legs instead. And they're going to be the exact same legs as Bulbasaur here. It's just instead of this little squat pose that we've got our little boy in, we're going to do a more upright pose. Oh, I wish this webcam would settle down a little bit in terms of the color grading and the flashing and the whatever, but okay. It's the same as everyone else's. Hi, Kristen. I'm here. Sorry, my other camera just died. Otherwise, I'd be saying hello to you in person. Laura Thresher, exactly. You get it. Stressed out, high-strung individual. I cannot help it. It is just what I am. I'm also a workaholic, and it turns out that even when I work for myself, that I'm still a workaholic. So, yeah. Just one of those things. Let's put those eyes over there. And we'll get rid of the dangerous pokey implements and pick up one of these hooky implements instead. Am I going to get a center pull out of you yet? No, not quite. Okay, let's make some legs. There's the end of my yarn. Okay, so the legs are pretty much just exactly the way I made them for Bulbasaur. I think I've said that like 15 times now, so how about I just make some? I actually think you're getting a better view now from this camera than you were before, which is so funny. I spent like hours trying to line the other camera up and it gives up on me after an hour and a half. Honestly, it did better than I thought it would. So, thank you, Sony. Sony works very hard. What makes this really hard is I'm so used to filming the majority of my videos on my phone, and I could not work out how to use my phone as a camera for this. So, my main form of camera-ing was stripped from me. We're making tiny toes though. Here we go. One little toe. You just doing 3 in a row? Yeah, okay, cool. We're doing 3 tiny toes all in a row. And I made none earlier, so we're going to sit here and you're going to watch me make 4 of these back to back to back. Will I make the little claws? Oh, that's a good point. He's meant to have white toenails, isn't he? Oof, nearly overlooked that. Thank you. Let's see. Dark Dark Niena 8. I think that's what it says. For giving me that poke, because you're correct. I'm supposed to have white toenails, and I was going to let myself be super lazy, but that's fine. Let's do color changes. Let's do it. Color changes in real time, so you no edits, no cuts. It's nothing but stress. There's one. These toenails are gonna look ridiculously huge. I love it. I'm here for it. Oh, I can't make the joke I want to make on YouTube. That's so annoying sometimes. Okay, here we go. Yeah. There we are. 3 little claws. Rawr. Alexis lists, there is a running list of the Crochetdex so far floating around. It's on the Discord. I think it was Elf's Crochet that put it together. Did a phenomenal job with it as well. Actually has a list of where to find all the different patterns and which videos to find the different things in. And I'm going to feel really terrible now if I have the wrong person's name who I'm giving credit for that. But yeah, it's it's pinned somewhere in the Discord. Don't stitch in slip stitches. Yeah, no problem past me. Thank you. You've got my back. All right, let's do this. And then we're going to do this. He might skip leg day, but he doesn't skip toenail day. Let's put it that way. Oh, I've forgotten my stitch marker. I'm a donkey on the edge. We're living life dangerously. But yeah, our current tally is 64, hopefully at least 65 by the end of this evening. And if you just give me one moment here, we've got, this is, you can't see my cursor on the screen, but off to, let's see if I can get this right. Here we are, off to this side here. You can see we go down to, I'm trying to line it up, but you can see there's top 151 ends at about this row here. So that's what we're trying to fill out at the moment. Not all in one sitting though. I'm a human being. That's just inhumane. And those little photos are of the crochet things, which is why some of them look a little bit funny. I did my best. I'll take proper photos of some of them to replace those at some point. It'll just be really cool to see it all filled out. I have lost count, but that's okay because I'm just crocheting into an increase now, so that should be my final stitch of the row. Hero of the day. Tangled. 9. Big count, guys. I'll be back with you in a minute. Oh my goodness, I keep sticking my hook all the way through to the other side. I've never had that problem before in my life. There we go. And I think that's 18 there. So then we're going to stuff it a little bit. I think I'll trim off the white at this point. Stuff, stuff, stuff. Never skip toe day. Exactly. Lucuria gets it. Will I finish the evolutions at some point? I'm sure I will, right? But this way I don't have to until I finish all of Gen 1. Oh, at some point I will go back and finish the little onion boy who has been sitting in a box That honestly needs to be restarted. Because I got, what, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Umbreon, and Espeon done. And then I started Leafeon and on a stream, but I hadn't yet learned how to manage the crocheting with the chatting. So, is my Cyndaquil pattern available? It is on the Patreon. All of the Pokemon that I've made are on Patreon. I don't make them available on Etsy because Etsy will close my store if I start doing things like that. So, there is a reason. But yeah, no, they're all up on Patreon. Available to download for anyone who joins, even if it's just for a day. More get added every time I do them. It'd be such a shame not to share, you know? Okay, that is foot number 1. Hi, Pamela. Glad you could make it. Yes, at some point I'll finish all of the evolutions. I don't know. I think I've still got scars on me from, first of all, trying to do them all within 24 hours. But also, prior to that, I've actually made Sylveon before, and I made Sylveon, like... Oh, I'm still in Pokédex view. Look at that. Let's just swap back. Nope, to this one. There we go. I made, like, a big one. It was a present for someone. Or present for someone's girlfriend, wife, something. Anyway. It was very ambitious for me at the time. I was not a pattern designer at the time, and I thought I could do it, and I did do it, and she turned out beautifully, don't get me wrong here. But, I have scars from ribbons. Ribbons. Okay, we got one tiny stompy little foot. We're just going to pin that in place right now. Because the illusion of progress is a powerful thing, and we look like we are making progress. He has a leg to stand on. He's putting his foot down. Lauren, up until today I didn't really do lives. But welcome. We're seeing if this can work for us. We're just giving it a go. Starcat, still feel guilty about the 24-hour evolution challenge. Why do you feel guilty about it? I mean, that's the last time I did a 24-hour challenge, but that's just because I'm an old lady. And I just, like, I don't know, I don't have the same urgency as I used to have. I used to feel like I had to make everything right now, and now I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. Just make the things as they happen. How long does this live go to? At least until Ivysaur is finished, so at least another hour. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then just, we're going to judge how we feel and see if my other camera can come back online, and we might start Venusaur. It's all just going to depend on how awake I'm feeling. But like I said, depending on the success of this, which I think it's going pretty well, we might schedule in a regular time where I just sit down and I do this for a day rather than sitting in a room by myself. So that's the proposition on the table, guys. You like this? Let me know. I suppose by watching you're letting me know, so thank you for that. Hit the like button too if you feel like it. I totally pay attention to the like button. I always think it's really funny. I have somebody that dislikes my videos the second they go live, and like, that's its own kind of fandom, you know? Letting yourself be fueled by the dislike of someone to the point where like you're the first person to hit their video every week. Did I miss a row here? Nope, no, we're good. I'm doing good. Chill, there might be a section for them in Patreon that's called like Gotta Crochet Them All or something. If you just follow that tag, you should be able to find them all. I mean it, guys. Just get in there. If it's all like pay for your month and grab whatever you want. And oh, did I forget to slip stitch? I forgot to slip stitch. Gotta be better about that. Gotta get that slip stitch in there. 1, 2, and, oh, and 3. There we go. Yes, more live if I'm able to. Oh, thank you, Mr. Are you Mr. Republic King or Mr. Republican? Yeah, and so as I mentioned, I'm just going to circle back around to some of the stuff I said at the start because I feel like we've had a little bit of a change of the guard, and that's lovely. But this will hopefully become a video, that's, you know, like 2 hours long or something of just making all 151 Gen 1 Pokemon, and then depending on the success we can carry it on into Gen 2 until we've made all 1024. But yeah, depending on the success of this live stream, we'll lock it down. 1 day a week will be the live stream day. I'll organize some music for the background so it's a little bit more chill, and I have to do a little bit less chatting away. Because I am not, sorry, that was a hydrate break, everybody, drink. I'm not the chattiest of individuals. It's probably going to take me 2 days to get my voice back after this, but it's always nice to just engage with you guys. See, I'm sending all of my charisma at the camera, but the camera's no longer pointed at my face. I should do a collab with Club Crochet. Yeah, cool. So tell him to reach out, man. That'd be fun. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't do a lot of collabs, admittedly, but that's just because I'm always stressed that I'm letting people down. It's yeah. It is what it is. But like, yeah, someone has a cool idea. I will say that okay, here we go. I have kind of a potentially contentious view on something, and that is I won't shout out or collab with people below a certain sub level, and it's not for the reasons you think. It's not an ego thing, and it's not a mutual proposition thing. It's purely because I think that is excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I think it's the fastest way to kill a channel, is to flood it with a bunch of people who think they're helping by subscribing to this new little channel to boost their number. But honestly, those first precious 10,000 subs, that's your foundation. That's your foundation. That's your base. And if you get it arbitrarily inflated by someone and those people aren't necessarily watching, what YouTube learns is that your subscribers aren't interested in your content. So I would never want to kill somebody that's like, as in like their channel, that early on in their journey by doing something that would feel benevolent, but I would know to actually be a massive detractor. It's like sub for sub. It kills your channel, man. So yeah, like I don't mind. I will entertain collaboration prospects. I think if something sounds fun, I'm going to do it. But yeah, I do have like a personal ethics about not killing other people's channels by flooding them with people who mean well. But it's not good. It's not good for the channel. It's not good for the person. Give them a chance to find their feet on their own is better. It's better for the ecosystem. It's better for them. Oh yeah, no, I know Club Crochet is huge. Sorry, this wasn't about him. You just got me started on a rant that I've been thinking about. Because like, there are a couple of channels out there that are like micro channels that I just think are great, and they deserve all of the views in the world. But I've been trying to like have some self-restraint about it and not, like I said, it would feel like I'm doing a good thing, but I honestly think that it would be a bad thing. So yeah, you're just better off trying to like procure an audience. Because even I suffer a little bit from it, because I got a big boost from I think it was one of my Pokemon videos at one point. But most of those people aren't necessarily interested in crochet. And so like, I already had my base. Like that happened to me when I was about like 20 or 30,000 subs, and it like boosted me up to like 80 or 90 overnight or something like that. It was like, you know, the numbers are kind of meh. But like, yeah, I was robust enough to like bounce back from it, whereas if I had been any smaller when that happened, it might have literally just stopped my channel fully in its tracks. And so I think the most supportive thing you can do is, if you find a channel that you like, tell people to watch it, right? But that there's different rules when you have a platform, I guess. I don't know, there just always seems to be different rules. Yeah. Yeah, but the point, Crazy Poppy Lady, is that you've started something, and that's really exciting. And it's just like, I know it can feel like a long slog and a lot of hard work, but just the freedom you have in those early stages to just do whatever you like and just experiment and try what works for you and what doesn't work for you. I just think that's great. Now, I'm sorry if there's some missing, chill. Starcat about the Stitchery video and the YouTube shorts doing the same thing. I agree. I try and stay away from shorts. I very occasionally will post something on TikTok. But yeah, I wouldn't do it on YouTube. It's also part of the reason why I'm tempted to put my lives in a different place as well. Just because, yeah, YouTube Shorts is a great way to grow an audience really fast, but you're growing a YouTube Shorts audience. And if you want this to be your full-time job, you will not be able to make a living from YouTube Shorts. You need YouTube Longs. And the people watching YouTube Shorts aren't necessarily the same people who are interested in the YouTube Longs. I don't think they're called Longs. So chill, what you're saying is that you've caught them all. Alright, have fun at work, Echo Bran. Don't forget to hydrate. Now, we finished the second leg. Love that when I zone out and make a limb. You hate shorts. Yeah, I've thought about streaming either on Twitch or on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously because the contracts now allow for that. But honestly, there was already such a big hurdle for me to get live on one platform where I'm already kind of comfy that Twitch was too much of a leap for this first one. But we'll find our feet. We'll work out where we belong. Thanks, Flushed Phoenix. That's great. It's always interesting to me to see. Honestly, some of the most uplifting comments I get are from people who have just started crocheting, because honestly, they're just always so happy to be there. Whereas like the people who've been crocheting for a while, sometimes it's a little hit and miss. Sometimes they've got opinions on how things should be done. And I get in all kinds of trouble from people who've been crocheting for a while. It's just, yeah, I'm here for a good time. I'm just sharing what I know in the form that I know it. Yep, don't forget to hydrate. Here I go, look, whoop, water bottle. Go. Okay, cool. Toenail time. Third round of toenails. We're making good time on these feet. Crushing it. And that's exactly it. Like, sorry, responding to Crazy Poppy Lady again. It absolutely will pick up. It's just like you'll find your people, you'll find your audience. I mean, some people never do, but like, if you just keep doing it, there are people out there for everyone. It's just, you just kind of gotta hope that you find yours. It's just like one thing that I've always found really odd is, no, that's not something we're talking about. That's fine. I was about to launch into something completely unrelated. Anyway, wow, 20 years crocheting. That's crazy. I suppose I've been crocheting now for okay, yeah, no, it's gonna be 10 to 12 years. I think it's been almost 4, almost 5. I can't remember how long I've been on YouTube, but I've been on YouTube for a fair whack of it. So I guess I'm getting up there too. See, there are a few greater joys than finishing a project that's like kind of been like on the to-do list for a while. It's kind of where this live stream started, is because like my Crochetdex was never going to get finished 6 at a time. Like I would have been here for, like, Pokemon is designing new Pokemon faster than that. The list was growing faster than I could tick them off. But if I could just get through like 1 gen a year, we might eventually catch up. Or Nintendo might sponsor me. That'd be cool. We'd like that. Oh, thank you, Jagood. I enjoy doing the Australian animals. They're a little bit odd. I like to sprinkle them through. I don't like to like hit them too hard because I'm very aware that I have an international audience, and our Australian animals tend to not be like outside of those few like real famous ones, tend to just not be what people are after. And that's okay. We love our little animals. Honestly, the platypus is S tier, and I don't understand why the kangaroo is as popular as it is, but that's fine. That's fine. I think that's 5. think that's 6. Yeah, 1 extra stitch in the legs is just going to make 0 difference. 7, 8-ish. No, that was 9. That was 9 then. Okay, cool. I was off by a stitch. 10. Sorry, I just love the characterization of the panorama as the great sickness. That was a great time to start crocheting though. I started crocheting like seriously the second time when I picked up my hook and could just do it after I quit my job, and I shouldn't have quit my job. And then I was unemployed for like 7 months, and that was a bad time. But crochet was there, and I decided very early on that I could design my own patterns, because if someone else can, I could too. So I just sort of started. I was selling my little creations at 20 bucks a pop for customs. There's a few of my originals still floating around out there. I don't sell finished items anymore. Yeah, some of the Aussie animals are good. Some of them are a bit. Some of them are just. A lot of them are grey mice. There's a lot of grey brown mice. Can I do a marin? I could do a marin or a yabby, I suppose. I've done a lobster, and I don't know if there's really much else I could bring to that shape that wasn't covered by the lobster. But yeah, technically. I used to go yabbying in the old creek. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. I grew up as a feral child, barefoot in the bush. And now I'm all civilized, and I live in a city apartment by a train line and a hospital. It's funny how life is. Alright, have fun at work, Kit. Thank you for stopping by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's leg number 3 done. We are pounding this out. We've only been working on these legs for a very short amount of time. Well, yeah, okay, so Perry the Platypus is a reason why the platypuses are popular, and a bunch of people, like, that's their immediate reference to platypuses. But have you actually seen platypi? Because they're actually adorable, and you know what? They're actually only like, I'm trying to get on camera here, they're only like this big. You think that they're the size of a house cat, but they're actually more the size of a kitten, and that is so cute. They are so adorable and so endearing, and they have big beaks and big feet, and they're otherwise just a beanbag creature, and I don't know. It's like kangaroos are just like hop hop, and platypuses are cute. I got opinions, y'all. Yep, all of my Pokemon patterns are on Patreon. The ones that I've done so far, so there should be 64 of them up there. Some of them are in compiled documents. I will say that they are not what I would consider like Etsy level patterns. My Etsy level patterns have like photos and stuff, but they are all of the notes that you will need to make the pieces, at least. I do warn people to only do them if you're comfortable with the assembly process without a lot of guidance. I had a needle a second ago, didn't I? No, I didn't. I'm going batty. Just get in there. You got like this little bleeding tear duct. It's going to drive me nuts. Jean Crochet, you can have all the good vibes. I'm just trying to catch up on why I'm sending them, and now I realized it was stitch markers. No! Bobby pins, scrap yarn, safety pins, paper clips. If you scroll up in the chat, there's like, we had a whole conversation about different options that you can use instead if you can't find your stitch markers. Yeah, see, Beth, Chadwick, platypi, tiny. They're so cute and so little. I mean, they're probably slightly bigger than I'm depicting them as, but they're not big. It's like anglerfish. You think of anglerfish as being like the size of a rugby, right? Wrong. They're like a meter tall. Those things are huge. They are too big for comfortable. Platypi are actually smaller than you think they are, and I think that's just the cute. They're like fairy creatures. They're nature's fairy type. Plus, I mean, it adds to their endearment to me that the rest of the world just thinks that they're a joke we're playing. How are you going for temperature up there, bud? You've cooled down a little bit. I might leave you a little bit longer. Sorry, I would love to get the second camera back up and running, but we're going to just let it cool all the way down because we're not trying to melt whatever it is inside there, and I don't really know what kind of battery it is, but it feels like the explosive kind, and we don't mess around with that. Oh, well, feathers flat, I'm glad you find this chill. I was worried that I was giving off a more frenetic energy, but chill, great, fantastic. Yes, there's one little toenail. We're on our final leg now, guys. Last leg of the journey. And then I'll actually have to do some designing on stream, which is the real test of what we're doing today. And hopefully by then the camera will be back up and running. Ah, yay! Jean Crochets found the stitch markers, guys. That's great. That's great. That's great. I've degenerated into just making noises. I'm sorry. I think they're vaguely British noises too, because I've definitely heard like there we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We are doing great. Last leg. Here we go. 1. And I'm going to put an increase here. 1 over there. Okay, you want to see a drop bear, do you? It's one of those things. It's just like I have to tiptoe around so carefully sometimes because, like, I swear I'm going to get kicked off the island if I confirm which animals are real and which ones aren't. That's why I stay away from Australian cryptids. So I like it here. I don't want to get kicked off the island. What yarn brands do I recommend? Okay, so I have locked in on one particular brand of yarn. It's the one that I've used in, I think, all of my videos from about the first year onwards. But I would like to specify, it's the kind that I'm using right now, it's the yarn available where I am, which I think is an important distinction because I don't know if it's got international availability. And it is 4 Seasons Marvel. Let me just grab one from my display behind me here with a label on it. Here we go. It is unsponsored. Oh, wait, sorry, that's my camera now. Unsponsored 4 Seasons Marvel 8-ply 100% acrylic. It comes in like 60 different colors, something like that, like a whole lot of colors. I get it from my local Spotlight. I believe in America, that's my leg making farty sounds on my yoga ball again. I believe in America, Red Heart Super Saver is a comparable yarn. It is just the cheapest, budgetest acrylic I can find because I'm cheap. I'm cheap, and this is cheap. Or it was cheap. I think now it's like $4 or $5 a ball, and I only ever buy it when it's like buy one get one free plus 30% off or something like that. Spotlight does ridiculous sales every so often. In fact, if you've ever seen my yarn display behind me, ooh, hello. If you've ever seen my yarn display behind me, the double layer of yarn up there, I think I got it for like $180, all of it, all up, just because of the sale that I shopped. So yeah, that's the yarn that I use. I like a nice rough acrylic for amigurumi making because I find that the stitches interlock and hold their shape a lot better than they do with a softer cotton, than they do with like soft cotton or a more refined acrylic. But if you're making wearables, you might want to shop around for yarns that feel nicer or might handle washing and wearing a little bit better. So that's a whole lot of words on the subject of yarn. Sorry, there was a few more in there than I thought there was when I started talking. Yep. I don't have to confirm. Okay, so I don't have to confirm or deny. So what do you guys know about the drop bear anyway? just treading very carefully. Do I have another row here? I've lost count. I think I have another row, but he might end up with a longer leg. Oh, well, great. Twacky Cat 11, it's been great having you. Also, it's been great fun saying your name. Muesli, you best not be talking about my yarn there, friend. If my yarn goes away, so do my videos. I'm actually running low on a bunch of different colours, and I have to go do a shopping spree soon. But I guess for me, they're technically a tax deduction, I think. I have to run that past an accountant, but so I guess the perks of the job. Aren't drop bears like a form of koala? Okay, Kaylin Productions is informed. Fall on your head and eat your brains. Okay, okay. You guys have heard about hoop snakes, right? It's like if you've heard about drop bears, you gotta know about the hoop snakes. I just love the characterization of a drop bear is just an evil koala. So basically you just want me to make a koala and give it angry eyebrows. I always find yarn shopping very overwhelming, and I find that I do better when I go in with a list because I keep track of inventory and I know what colors I need to buy. But I find that I go in there and I see all of the pretties, and then I get like decision paralysis and I don't end up buying any of the pretties. And meanwhile, my partner is often standing there going, honey, I think you need some more yarn. You should buy some yarn. And yeah, I'm not great at that. There we are. Old turtle boy has all 4 legs. Look at that. We whipped him out. No worries whatsoever. Oh, I'm seeing that people don't know about the hoop snakes. Okay, well, drop bears and hoop snakes go hand in hand. They occupy the same territory. See, well, drop bears will drop on you out of trees. This is my hands telling the story here. So, well, drop bears will drop on you out of trees. Hoop snakes will chase you down hills, and they do that by like biting onto their own tail, and then they roll. They roll after you down the hills. They get really, really fast. And so like you can never outrun a hoop snake, and you want to stay away from trees for drop bears. Like those are the 2 like biggest survival tips that I can sort of give to you if you're ever going to come here for a holiday. Well, that and check your boots for spiders, but like it's more because the spiders will walk off with them. Cool, we've made limbs. Guys, I think, oh, hang on. Yeah, excuse my hand. It's going to be in front of the camera for a second while I just, hello. Ooh, all of my chins decided to come play. Hello. Why am I, that's better. Hi. Okay, so we have finished the pieces for his base, and so now we are actually into the design portion of this video, or we can stop and sew him together. So maybe we'll stop and sew him together, and I will take a little break from showing you my hands, and we can sew him together up here and then hang out a little bit more, because I'm getting a little lonely up here. And the camera, the other camera, is cooling down quite nicely, so then by the time we've sewn this guy together and maybe stitched on some spots, we might be able to turn that one back on for the design process, which I think is more of an interesting thing that you might actually want to look at. So, oh, we've got a giant shiny forehead. Let's, better. Yes, I did say the spider will walk off with your boots. Have you seen the size that we get here? Google it or don't. It's up to you, but it's like, it's a thing. And we're gonna just, I'm unpinning all the legs now, as is my wont. Is it just me, or does Ivysaur have more spots than Bulbasaur, but then Venusaur has less? I feel like Venusaur doesn't have any spots. Might have to check that. Drop bear is a koala with rabies. Well, koalas already have a lot of diseases. I don't want to get like safe searched so you guys can look it up on your own, but they have some people-y diseases that aren't nice. And most koalas have them. What am I doing? I'm sewing. I'm sewing things on. I'm going to use pins to mark where I want the spots, and then I've got a whole bunch of chaotic, I swear it was neatly caked at one time. I don't know what happened to it. It's my hell, and I try not to look at it too closely, but I get to find the end of it now, I suppose. Oh god, it just gets worse. Oh, no, wait, hey. There's the end. I promise I promise all of you. I will deal with that before I put it away again. I'm so sorry for having shown that on camera because I know how some of you get about unsorted beads, and I can only imagine I've just given some of you hives. You're told koalas will catch fire and explode because of the eucalyptus oil. I don't know about the koalas, but the trees do sometimes. I have a yarn winder. It's just not a very good one. And actually, I think that one there was wound at one point. That's what I mean when I say it was a cake at one point. It's just some colors seem to be like smoother than others, and this one he just will not. It wants none of it. It refuses. The stars aren't right. Okay, so where are your spots, little friend? Let's put one little triangle there. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a second. Promise. So we'll do one little triangle there, and then he's got like a biggish, squarish, blockish bit on top of his head. So like little triangle, big squarey, oh yeah, big squarey blocky bit. Focusing. I'm so good at this. And then, okay, we've got some spots for the legs, and that's fine, but we might do like a big squarey blocky bit on this side. Anyone know what Ivysaur's butt looks like? I'm not brave enough to Google it. Does he have spots on it? I'll just do a squarey thing on either side. Approximately the same size. I think we'll get away with it. He doesn't seem to have anything on his cheeks, but he does have the black insides of his ears. I'm undecided as to whether or not I'm going to do anything with that, or if we're just going to leave it to be part of the form. Okay, is Australia where those giant dinosaur birds live? You mean the cassowaries? Yeah, they're kind of mean. The battle birds. Makes sense that spiders would walk away with shoes. They have so many who can fall. Exactly, and just don't even get me started on the millipedes. Cool. So now I am literally just gonna embroider on some spots, and I'm gonna do it up here. I'm gonna try and do it up here. I'm gonna elbows brace so it's on camera in front of my face. So enjoy the facial expressions. Just don't stab myself. See, normally this would be a fun little sewing montage that I'd clip into like 30 seconds of just the shloop, shloop, shloop as each loop gets pulled into place. I love those. They're so satisfying. There's a bit of the stitch that's interesting, you know. Oh, I should not do that because that's going to make this confusing. Okay. Okay. First little line of the first little spot's done. I hadn't thought about using hair ties for yarn, but that's not a bad idea. Nazma? I think it was Nazma. Sort of whooshed by. Ivysaur does have spots on the butt. Okay, thank you, Jean Crochets. I will make sure to put at least a couple of little spots on the butt. I'm worried that he has a tail because I'm very aware that for some of the Pokemon I've made, I've just completely neglected their tails and I've had to add them on later. They always get the tails and the spots that I miss, okay? I always go back eventually and do it, but just not always in time for the video that goes live. He's got 2 spots on his butt, a larger long one in the middle and a small one to the right of it. Thank you, Kaylin Productions, MVP right there. I can work with that. Let me just stop and mark that out. So, yeah, where did you go? There you are. Okay, 2 spots, a larger long one in the middle. Is it going horizontal or vertical? Maybe I get to make it up. A little censorship square on his butt. And then a little small one to the right of it. Let's just scooch that to the side, like this. We'll do a little triangle one. Big square and a little triangle. There we go. Booty markings. Thank you very much. No tail. Thank you for checking that. The fact that ibis are like Aussie pigeons and we have ibis in our zoos is funny to me. Yeah, honestly, I like ibis. Okay, so ibis have a really bad rap here in the city. They call them bin chickens and they make fun of them for eating out of the trash. But I'm just like, I grew up on a farm, right? So I've seen ibis in their natural habitat, with their natural flocking patterns, and they are majestic and they're wonderful. And if you get too close to them, they're terrifying because the looks on their faces, those things are dinosaurs, okay? You can see the aged wisdom. So like I see them eating out of bins and I just get sad because I'm like, they're eating what's available, but like, dude, go find a paddock somewhere. You'll be so much happier. Yeah, we're gonna snoop, 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 snoop. Guys, these spots are coming out great. I'm going to show you in a minute. Hi, Shlee Crochets. You're not that late. I mean, we've been going for a couple of hours, but we're still going strong. We are working on Ivysaur at the moment, as you probably guessed from the thumbnail. Yeah, don't chase ibis. Those birds are not afraid of you, and they are not afraid to let you know that they are not afraid of you. Who would name a chain of hotels Ibis? Okay. Got his little head spots. He's slightly cross-eyed, but I adore that. Okay, there we go. So now we got to do his sides and his butt, and then we got to do his legs as well. So sorry guys, this is just like the stitch break. Okay, and we'll just turn. The pins make it so much easier as well. There's just no guesswork. Fluent in Fangirl 12. I don't know. We're playing it by ear. We might move on to Venusaur depending on how this goes, because like we've been live for 2.5 hours. My other camera's conked out, which is why we're stuck on this screen at the moment, waiting for it to cool down. Which was a good test, because this is just a test of everything. It's a test of me, it's a test of you guys, it's a test of my hardware, and yeah, depending on how we're feeling, because it's 9:30 at night here. It'll be at least 10:30, I think, by the time we finish. At least. Probably later. We're just going to see how we feel. If I'd started at 10 AM, I would have been like, yeah, we're definitely doing 2 today. But yeah, I don't know if we are. But, yeah. As I've said a couple of times now, sorry to everybody who's heard me say this over and over again, depending on the success of this, we will lock in a time. And you guys can get used to the fact that, like, I don't know if it'll be a Monday. Oh, sorry, itchy nose. I don't know if it'll be a Monday, but you can get used to the fact that like all day on a certain day of the week you can tune in and I'll be making Pokemon rather than sitting in a room doing it by myself, which is never any fun. Well, sometimes it's fun, but often I need a little bit more engagement than that. I swear dingoes look like normal dogs to me. I would get ripped apart in seconds. Yeah. Yeah. Stay away from dingoes. The end. Honestly, they're not a big problem here in built-up areas. They're very much a middle of nowhere type issue. Honestly, you'll have more issues with kangaroos in towns. Again, not in big cities, but in towns. Kangaroos are way more dangerous than... Let's just say that kangaroos have really good PR companies that have trained people to think they're not that dangerous. They are. Okay, the tiger's den. What's the best way to learn shaping? Well... You could start with my shaping videos if you wanted. I don't know anyone who's actually... I don't know if they've actually helped people, but I talk through the way I do shaping. You just start by sketching your creature. You break it down into the basic shapes, and you'll find that most of them are familiar to you. Like circles, squares, balls, rectangles, tubes, that sort of thing. Like you'll find that they're all shapes that you've pretty much made before. And then you kind of just like work out what you need to tweak here and there to like make it a more specific shape for your creature. I go through all of it in my Ultimate Beginner's Guide. Sorry, I say it like that because I think that I named it really ostentatiously, not because I'm making fun of anyone else. I'm making fun of me and the fact that I named it the Ultimate Beginner's Guide. I actually don't know how dingoes fare on the wild dog ratings against coyotes, because I feel like coyotes are scarier than dingoes are. Oh great, okay, cool. So many people are just That's great. I love that. I love that those videos helped you guys. Yay, I spread my little circle diagrams. See, what you gotta know is that I'm self-taught. I made all of this up as I go, including those little circle diagrams. So like, when I sit down to film one of those, I'm just like, I don't know if I sound crazy or if this makes sense, but it makes sense when I explain it this way to me. So the fact that like, it's helping some of you guys, that's just really great. I just found that those circles are just a really easy way to like, visualize the different parts, you know? Oh, Hannah Tahanus, you don't want to hold the little octopus with the blue rings. I think it was those, like the way they kill you is not nice. You know how first aid works for those? You basically, the hospital puts you on life support and just tries to keep your heart beating until you have a chance to survive the poison in your system. Like there's not actually an antitoxin. It's literally just like they try and keep you alive and see if you can handle it. And so like that's it. That's the only first aid they can give. Don't hug the little blue ringed octopuses, please. I feel like the US has more interesting pest creatures than we do. I feel like that's a very Australian take on the whole thing, but like we have cockroaches the sizes of horses, but I suppose it's a city thing. Kangaroos are kind of a pest depending on where you are. Possums are a pest depending on where you are. But you guys have like, you've got the opossums, which I will always pronounce the O, I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to. You've got raccoons, which I'm sorry, seem like so much fun. God, they just, what tiny little menaces, you know? That just seems really entertaining. But I suppose rabies, not so great. You got coyotes, which I suppose are terrifying if you're a toddler. Dingoes, I've literally never encountered one. I think they're a Northern Territory thing. Occasionally you hear tell of like panthers and stuff around here, but like it's hard to tell how much of that is like Bigfoot and how much of that is actually people spotting panthers. But then there's always like the zoo escapees, you know, you never really can tell. We've got squirrels in one suburb of Perth purely because they escaped from the zoo. And now there's squirrels there now because apparently they like our weather. Yeah, alligators might be big in Florida. We've got a problem with saltwater crocs in, again, I can't remember if it's the Northern Territory or if it's Queensland, to the point where there's an entire elected official whose entire campaign is basically like, yeah, but the saltwater crocs are eating people and we need to do something about it. And he got elected. He keeps getting elected. Saltwater crocs just keep eating people. The UK has pigeons, lots and lots of pigeons. I've heard that the pigeons there are forgetting how to fly because they've learned how to take the trains, but I don't know if I'm just drinking somebody's Kool-Aid there. If I find a story charming enough, I'm inclined to believe it. I think I finished all the spots on autopilot there. Go me. Family of raccoons in your dumpster. See what I mean? They're just like funny little menaces. It's just like, that's so annoying. Okay, all right, yeah, cool. I've done all the body spots. Doesn't time just fly when you're having fun? There we go. See, armadillos, that's fun. Don't they carry leprosy though? I feel like you guys have like scarier diseases, like leprosy and rabies. Whereas, like, don't get me wrong, we have the funnel web and the blue-ringed octopus, but they're more like neurotoxins. We also have that tree that if you touch it, the pain is so intense, people tend to like. But that's just not something I have to worry about here. I just have to worry about the occasionally exploding trees. Okay, so these legs have a bunch of little spots too, so I might just have to designate some front and some back, and we'll do a triangle-y lump on this one. Now, is it true that the iguanas fall out of trees during winter? Because they get like too cold or something like that? Like they're in dormant mode? Yeah, a tree. Yeah, exactly. I knew it was in Queensland. Like I said, I don't have to worry about it here. We do have the exploding peppy trees here, but it's really only a problem during fire season. Though honestly, if this summer goes on for much longer, it's like, it might be a bigger problem. Or is it the eucalyptus trees? Alright, it's one of the trees. It's one of the trees that's here. Honestly, Laura Thresher, we kind of get comfortable with the fact that, like, bizarre things want us gone. But then, like, you guys would have grown a complete, like, what am I trying to say here? You guys would be just as comfortable with whatever local threats are in your area because, like, it's easy to be afraid of the monster you see once, but it's really hard to be afraid of the monster you walk past every day for 100 days. So yeah, I will casually talk about hoop snakes and drop bears and spiders and exploding peppermint trees. But the idea that something as cute as a raccoon could give me rabies, and that freaks me out. Why Did the Trees Explode by Amazon Hubert. I believe it's because they have a very high oil content, and so like it becomes like hot to the point where the oil catches on fire, giving the impression that they are exploding. But please feel free to fact check me on that. Let's chuck a giant asterisk next to it. Sorry, someone's just mentioned the giant Burmese pythons, Duchess Cassander. Have you seen the giant snake they just found? I don't even know where it was, but it's like 100 foot long or something ridiculous. It's huge. Its head is like this. And I'm just like, noodle! They found it fluffy, covered in fluff. They found it swimming away, swimming around, living its best life, and I want them to leave it alone. Okay, just let it be a happy snake. Last thing we need is something that big getting mad at us. I'm going to do the spots on this leg. Let's do 2 little spots on this leg. There is a tick in Texas that can make you allergic to meat proteins. I've heard of this. Is it like a red tick or something? Over here we just get good old Lyme disease. This is a very upbeat chat this evening, folks. You think Bunyip's a cute name? Okay, yeah, it's like the bun and the yip. Okay, I kind of get it. They killed the giant snake. Damn. Sometimes you just find out something that makes the world that little bit less magical. So, oh well. As for bears, I will say one thing. Like, we've got a lot of stuff here, but we don't have bears. We don't have a bear variation. A koala actually isn't a bear. It's a marsupial. We are bear-free. Yeah, exactly. Fluent in Fangirl 12. We can't have nice things. Not allowed, giant snakes. Not for us. It wasn't hurting anyone. We didn't even know it was there. Okay, I've done like 2 little spots on this leg, and I've done 1 big spot on this leg, and I need to be slightly more organized with them, so I definitely end up with 2 for the left and 2 for the right side of the body. So I think one's for the One's for the left, one's for the right. We have Maggies in our garden. They sit on the garden fence and scream at the crows. It's blooming noise. Yeah, well, that is a Maggie thing. Golly, they're funny though. Have you ever seen them like hang upside down from like sheets and clotheslines and stuff? Oh, they are so funny. We had some parrots get intoxicated once after a particularly hot summer on some fruit that had fermented on one of our trees. And yeah, the parrots all had a bit too much fun eating the fermented fruit, and my goodness, they were falling off the fences left, right, and center. They were just like... Okay, Starcat. Oh, this is an interesting theory. Ready? The theory is that there are no more animals because of Mew. They transformed and crossbred with the animals to create Pokemon. Now, see, I've seen theories like that, and I've also seen theories about like the whole thing being like a digital AI hellscape, like, you know, the Matrix, where all just like people are mentally logged in, because I think isn't it like canon that they're all like electronic now? I don't know. I'm not really up on the anime. Okay, I'm definitely doing another right leg. It's only this last one that I have to be super careful with. Zack the Sunshine about the wolves being released back into UK, Scotland. It's really cool to hear, because they did something similar in Yellowstone Park, and it completely fixed the problems they were having with their overall ecosystem. That's so fascinating. Just introducing a predator back into the food chain just restored some sort of natural balance to things, and that's just really cool. Really, really cool. Love that. It's cool to hear that it's worked in other places. This and like, isn't the UK, okay, again, I may not know what I'm talking about, but isn't the UK one of those places that has like no natural predators? Because like they've all been chased away over time, and you're a fairly like sheltered location. You've just been, yeah, you basically domesticated the landscape. Keystone species, huh. They did the same thing with otters along the North American coast. See, that's really interesting. That's interesting stuff. But honestly, anytime I get too bummed out about any of that stuff, I just watch videos of pandas, because pandas are just mischief. Those poor keepers. Like, I understand that there's probably a lot of editing going on, and like they're probably not quite as bad as they're being shown. But like the idea of wrangling those tiny fuzzy balls of pure chaos is ridiculous. Okay, I've made two legs that are very, very similar for one side, and I just need to be careful not to just do one giant spot on the other, and we're good. Should have mapped these out. Should have followed my own advice. Didn't. Now we live with the consequences. So we're going to put one little tiny spot right there. I was watching Jeremy Clarkson's farm, and it seems that badgers are kind of a problem over there. For some. Welcome back, Twacky Cat. We are just finishing off the spots on our Ivysaur. We'll do one little spot there, and we'll do kind of a longish, stripish kind of spotty thing here. With the last little bit of our yarn. I love it when I cut the perfect amount of yarn. Makes me feel like I'm a professional at this, you know. Oh, my scissors are magnetic. Sometimes. Yeah, see? There we go. I think they came into contact with a strong magnet at some point, and now I can pick up pins with them. The needle not so much, but it's a little bit heavy. Okay, do that. Okay, we have our four little legs, and we have our body nugget. I'm going to try and turn this camera back on, which means I'm going to turn this one off briefly because I have to move around a little bit. But don't go anywhere, okay? I'm still here and you'll still be able to hear me talking. So I'll just leave you with the Pokédex in the background. Okay, be right back. See, moving sounds. I'm still here. Let's see, so I need to turn this on. And we're still here and we're still talking to all the people. In Australia, do you just get used to the fact that you have deadly plants, or are you just good at identifying them? Honestly, they're way less of a threat than you think they are. They don't chase after you when you run away. Which is more than I can say for the spiders, frankly. Let's see, we're just going to set this to do. There's the setting right there. Okay, and we're just going to plug you back in. Okay, that should be back. Alrighty. And now we just come in here and we go into this. Oh, hi everyone. And I got to talk through it because I've only just learned all of this stuff. We're going to deactivate it and then we're going to reactivate it. And hello. Are we back? Can you see? Ta-da! Ha 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 ha. Look at me go. All right. Honestly, like I said, it's probably slightly less of a good view than when I just had the webcam pointing downwards. Crystal 97, I actually agree with you. Aquariums, S tier. Zoos, kind of CB, depending on the zoo. If they're a nice enough zoo where the animals just sort of feel like they've got as much space as they could ever possibly dream of, they're an okay zoo. But like an aquarium, even a bad aquarium is a good aquarium, but with the exception of like the giant sea mammals should not be in aquariums. I just like watching the fishies. The fishies living their best lives. Yay! It's working! See, look, I fixed it midstream. Look at me go. It just needed to cool down, which means we probably have about an hour before it dies again, which is fine. I can work with that. And I'll get another webcam if we do this again. So we have those bits, and so next up we need to design some leafy bits for our boy. Some leafy, oh, should I do the bud first? Maybe I'll do the bud first. I'll do the bud first. So bud is going to be like a tulip bulb, and I want it to have like a ruffly bit-ish around the top. Which means I'll start at the top and work our way down. So maybe I'll do kind of a back loop spiral type of thing, and then like some front loop stitching in a couple of like panel-y bits. I have a vision. I think it's going to be great. So because it's a relatively basic shape, I should just be able to like see the future and just write it down. So let me try. Stop by magic ring. Yeah, we'll magic ring 6 and then we'll back loop only. No, 6 is kind of a big start. Magic ring 4, even though I hate doing that, and then we will back loop only 2 increases in a single crochet, which will get us up to 6 and will get us that nice spirally bit. And then from there we might keep working in the back loop only. Do we want to get up to 9 before we do those little bits, or do we want to do those bits? How big is the bulb on the top? I have thoughts. Maybe I do it again. Maybe I increase again. So we'll go single crochet, increase, and single crochet. Still in the back loop, so we still have like a little bit of a texture on top. And we'll just see how big that looks before I go any further. Now I have picked out this beautiful rosy color. Let's hold it up behind the sprite. It's not quite as bright, but that's because it's kind of dark in here. I need to get a bit of light up there. Could do overlapping petals, but on something this size, that kind of feels like... I could do like a central teardrop, you're right, like a... And then just make like 2 roundy shapes. Maybe 3 roundy shapes to go on the outside. Yeah, you know what? That's the non-lazy way to do this. we're going the non-lazy way because we are not lazy people, but we are still going to start the same way as I was going to. It's just a matter of like size control. We don't want to take up the whole back. Wait, I'm trying to follow a storyline that's happening in the chat right now. Dark Niana, what happened? I went to an aquarium once that was basically just a single path through a building. Had to walk the whole thing to see a specific animal and it had very few places to sit. Oof, at 8 months pregnant too, that sounds rough. Like, never mind the fact that if you're claustrophobic. Nuh-uh. Okay, and we're gonna expand the teardrop. And we need a little increase there. So, see everybody sharing their zoo stories in the chat, and I feel like I need to share mine. So I used to live basically directly next door to the Perth Zoo. It's like I live in WA. I live in the city of Perth. It's a big city. Please don't track me down. But anyway, I used to live next to Perth Zoo. And Perth Zoo has an orangutan rescue program. And the orangutans are very looked after. They tend to only be, the orangutans they hold, they tend to be like they have diabetes and that sort of thing. They need that special care. But they, at one point they realized that the orangutans only stayed in their enclosure because they chose to. Because at one point they realized that the orangutans could let themselves out of their enclosure whenever they wanted. And that caused a lot of chaos because they kept finding orangutans. But like, yeah, that's the kind of zoo where the animal chooses to stay in its enclosure because its enclosure is that good. That I'm okay with. And like the fact that these were, like I said, literally diabetic orangutans and they needed special diets. And how would an orangutan know how to treat insulin shock in the wild? So I guess that's okay. That's nice. We like to give them a chance. For anyone new here, that's my actual name, not Thursday. My apologies for misleading you all for so many years. Hi, Nicole. Okay, so that's the top of our little bulby piece. It's a little on the big side, but as long as I don't go too much bigger, we should be okay. So if I'm gonna do it like as a central piece, I would now basically just work it as a tube for a couple of rows. So we'll just chuck a couple of rows of 8 single crochet underneath. It's gonna be shaping in real time. Look at me go. You guys encouraging me to greatness as well, not letting me be lazy and just making it all as one piece. It's appreciated and annoying. You know, like the teacher that pushes you to be better. It's like, thank you, but also go away. Yeah. 4 and 5 and 6. Sack the Sunshine, glad you're keeping score there. I did nearly dox myself, but I didn't because I haven't lived there in like 9 years. Emily Claire Todd, that's so interesting. So, sorry, just to catch anybody else up, she says, I look after orangutans, not at Perth, but they are 100% can break and try and get out of anything. Exactly. So, like, they worked it out because one, like, let themselves out of their enclosure to grab something that they wanted on the outside of the enclosure and then just let themselves back in one day. And the keepers freaked out because it's just like, what do you even do in that scenario? They're already back in. How do you tell them, wait, no, police? Okay, so that's one row, and I'll do another one. Six, 7 and 8. Hopefully you guys aren't too bothered by like the apartment noise you might be able to be hearing around me. I do live in a built-up area, and currently someone's in their bathroom, which is fine. Trying to make my own patterns now with the help from my pattern videos. I made my own designs and everything. Well, great. Space Cow. Sorry, I love it when I see the name last. just like, oh, that's so great. It's Space Cow. Pandori Craft, what about the Pokemon playthrough? Does this mean you won't be playing anymore? It does not mean that. It just means that I would like to make a bit more concrete progress on the Crochetdex itself. So we're just like plowing through and getting a few more of them done in this sort of scenario. Whereas getting them 6 done a month, Nintendo was literally inventing new Pokemon faster. And also those videos have kind of had like a drop off in viewership, and so I'd like to space them out a little bit more. But again, depending on the success or failure of these streams, I would film the next one by streaming the gameplay. So I think that could be a bit of fun as well, because it means that you guys can have a little bit more say as to what's going on. I'm now going to stop talking so I can focus and write this down, because I had 3 or 4 attempts there. What am I doing? I'm going from 8. I'd like to go up by 3, but I've set myself up with a base 4, which is so stupid. Crochet increase. Should get us up to 12, which is a very bulb action, but we're just going to have to make it work. It'll be covered up anyway. It'll be covered up anyway. We'll just tell ourselves that. That's fine. I love making the playthroughs. I do want to be clear on that. Like, I love making the playthroughs. It's just they do take like a good solid 2 weeks of work to make. And so I just need to space them out with content that people are willing to watch as well if I'm going to keep making them. That's good. It's good for me to try new things and change and evolve. And it's like, I wouldn't be here doing this if people were watching those videos the way that they used to. It's like, people, yeah, it's just fine. It's fine. It is what it is. They are fun to make though. I never expect what's happening in them. Yeah, UFO Crochet, I think that streaming the gameplay could be fun, but like this is like the first step of that. I kind of have to like dip a toe into things before I'm comfortable like just doing them. So we've got a real cone happening here, but again, with the petals it'll be beefed up a little bit more. I think that we're almost at about as wide as we want to get, which is kind of counterintuitive if you look at the size of this thing. It's a little nub. I might go up 1 more size after I've given a little bit more height. Good for you, Sam Tyres. I saw your comment there about making the life-size swan and just winging it. Pun intended. We support that here. And just not writing a pattern for it, and that's great too, because there's just something so lovely about just sitting down and just letting the creativity flow through you like a noodle. Whereas, yeah, I do have to write these things down. I didn't write down okay, so this week's video, I didn't write the pattern down, but that's for ethical reasons. So you'll see what I mean when the video comes out. So, but like otherwise, it's just like I'm beholden to the notebook. You know, everything gets written down. Cool. Well, now I'm at 12. I can go back to a base 3 if I want, and I do want because we love a base 3. And we are going to make it slightly wider. I don't want it too much taller. We're kind of reaching the limit here, but maybe 1 more round bigger, and then we'll start closing off. So let's see. So single ink single. We get us up to 15. Yep. Hobby Lemon, do you think you'll ever make the Halloween Bulbasaur evolution change? Are they the ones with the jack-o'-lanterns on their backs? Because they're cool. I might. I'll never say never. I've seen other people make them, which tends to like immediately kind of put me off trying. I don't like to like walk the same paths necessarily, but I do. I've always, every year I see those drawings and they are wicked. They are wicked. And like last year for Halloween, I thought about like doing a ghost Pokemon thing, but I ended up doing the Hocus Crocus and the tree diorama instead, which was really cool. I liked those a lot. So it's like, that's my problem. It's just like there's always like 50 different things that might be appropriate for any given thing. This is a weird looking shape I'm making here. Just, you know what, you get in there too. We're just stuffing with whatever yarn we have around right now. Just like, but like Halloween comes every year. And that's why I'll never say never. I haven't planned this year's content yet, but I suppose we're coming up on it. I mean, we're April now. Good afternoon. Worst wife? I'm glad you're enjoying the playthroughs. Yeah, there potentially would have been one in April if I hadn't been ill, but it's kind of put me behind the 8 ball a little bit. But there could be one coming up. Maybe I'll do one in May. Maybe I'll do one in June. There should be another one at some point. What am I doing here? Who am I and what am I doing here? Right. And we're gonna just decrease this back down to nothing. And there was 12, and so we'll just do 6 decreases to nub it off properly. And we're just gonna tulip bulb, and then we'll make some petals to go around the outside, and it'll be great. I do think that there is a strong correlation between Halloweeny people and crafty people. Maybe you guys can confirm for me, but would you classify yourselves as like Halloweeny people? It's always funny to me because like here in Australia, Halloween is just not a thing. It's not a thing. It's barely a merchandising holiday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, can't count. There we go. It's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can count. Yay! I really hope I can sell this with the petals on the outside because currently it's looking wonky. It's not looking great. Alrighty, bye crazy poppy lady. Jean Crochets was born on Halloween. Yeah, so okay, you're born to it. I was like, I was born shortly before Christmas, and it's like, I'm not a Christmas person. It's like, if anything, I'm just, honestly, all that did was turn me into a non-birthday person. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, Fluent and Fangirl. There's definitely a lot of overlap between those 3 rings. Hi Sylvia, welcome to your first live stream. Well, see, I get being like a fall person. Like, I'm very much a deep winter person myself. Like, but over here that means something different than what it means to probably most of you. Because over here what that means is like hoodies and Ugg boots and pouring rain. Like, there's no, like, it doesn't necessarily mean cold. It's like, does it ever really get cold? But it gets stormy. And I love me a stormy aesthetic. And I love me a wood fire and a hoodie. And, I mean, realistically, I work from home and I work for myself. So I'm in track pants 90% of the time anyway. And the other 10% of the time, pajama pants. But, so like, it's my favorite outfit all year round. But something about wearing track pants when it's freezing cold and the sky is all dark. And like, maybe you've got like some apple juice that you've stuck on the stove with like some cinnamon and cloves in it, and you just warmed it up because I'm sorry, I don't drink alcohol because otherwise I'd say apple cider, but yeah, it's just okay. So we've got our little, yeah, let's pick a camera, there we go. Watching my brain panic. I know it looks silly right now, but we're going to trust the process a little bit, just for a little bit longer. And we're going to make some giant squarish petals. We're going to make 3 of them. We're going to start with magic ring of 6. And then, let's see, it looks like we increase evenly on that side. Then that's a 1 and that's a 1. And then we want 3 on either side at the top there to give it more of a corner. I don't know if that made any sense to you, but it makes sense to me. Let's write it down now. So magic ring of 6. And then we're going to start here at the bottom to get nice even flow around the petal. I don't know who I am right now. Single crochet, and then we're going to do ink 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we're going to get up to 12 anyway. That's fine. That's good. That's great. That's what we want. Laylee Crafts, yes, I am full-time with YouTube. I've been a full-time YouTuber for since July 2022. It's been a little while. It's more stressful than you think it would be. it's weird because it's like you take like it's one of those things. It's like those work agreements where you can like take as much time off as you want, but it's like the work is still waiting, and there's the pressure of working for yourself and meeting your own deadlines. And I'm a workaholic anyway, even at the best of times. So, well, 5, it kind of works for me. But like, yes, I'm very, very blessed, very lucky. Poke this out and there. Hobby Lemon, yes, slippers are an important element, specifically Ugg boots, if you're familiar with Ugg boots. Not to be worn outside. There is a stigma. We do not do that, but lovely fluffy Ugg boots inside the house on a rainy day. It's all dark and stormy. Lovely, 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 lovely. Yes, as I said, it looks like a nub, but we're going to fix it. We are. It's like you gotta... I have this problem sometimes. I'm always careful not to show certain people my things when they're only half done because they don't get it. They don't see the vision. It's like, I see the vision. I know what it's going to look like. It looks perfect to me right now. It's like, I already know. I already can feel it. You've got to design some things with your gut. Jill Marie, does it make you not enjoy crocheting as much because it feels like work? Oh, bye Amazon Hubert, just while we're there. Yeah, no. Okay, so I don't crochet for fun anymore, but I do really enjoy my work, and that's the trade-off. And it's one of those things where, like, if you want to hold your hobby as sacred, don't try and make money from it. Don't do it. Don't make money from it. If it's your peaceful place, if it's your source of joy in life, don't turn it into your job. But if it's something you are good at, and it's something you like doing, and it's something that you don't mind being very structured about in terms of, like, I have to think about it in a different kind of way. I don't get to just crochet something because I want to do it. Sometimes I have to crochet the thing because I think it'll be good for the business or good for or there's interest in it, or, you know, a bunch of other reasons. Like, there are other reasons. Plus, I crochet a lot less now. When I crocheted as a hobby, I crocheted most days. These days I get to crochet 1, sometimes 2 days a week max, because the rest of the stuff takes up the rest of the time. And I spend a lot of time editing and doing that sort of thing instead. So it's like, yeah, it just what it is. It's like 1, 2, 3. I just seamless transitioned into counting. Sorry about that. It's fine. Yeah, so it's just like, it's one of those things. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and then we're going to do 2, and then we're going to do ink 3, and then we're going to do another 4. Huzzah and hurrah. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that brings us up to 16. Our petal is getting a little bit larger. Let's see. Lily Crafts says, wow, that's amazing. I've just left my full-time job, but I'm trying to make it work. Oh, good for you. Good for you. I wish you all of the luck. Yeah, it's the jungle out there. But, like, it's absolutely possible. Like, 'cause when I was first on YouTube, which admittedly was like 4 years ago now, which I suppose is a while, like, every year everyone says there's no room, don't bother with it, there's no one can break through anymore. And just like every year a new batch of people breaks through and does it. So, like, why not you? Sam Lewis, my wife finds it so hard to visualize the end result if I show her a whip. Exactly, that's what I mean. It's just like, I'm holding up a wonky shape to you right now, and all I want is for you to be like, oh, yeah. It's like, I know it looks right. I don't need you to tell me it looks right. I don't need you to tell me it looks wrong, because I know it doesn't. And I need you to trust the process. I don't care if I'm not even finished with the process yet. It's fine. It looks fine. And if it doesn't look fine, we're going to get it in editing. Yeah. Okay, we are just slightly too short, and damn it, I wish I'd made that. Maybe oh, yeah, there we are. I solved it. It's like I said, we'll get it in editing. Now, do we think that we want, which camera is the best one to show? This one? Is it going to focus for me? Okay, hey, we're in focus. That's amazing. If we scooch it up a little bit, do we want the narrow end at the top, or do we want the broad flat end at the top? You should know that I'm going to make this decision regardless of what you guys say. I think I'm going to go broad end at the top and have it just like slightly overlapped with 2 other petals around. And you'll see that, like, I've left it starts sort of halfway up because that's going to be against the body and flat. So, like, that works. It works. We're great. We're geniuses over here. I'm gonna finish that off, and we're just gonna do one of these lazy finish offs because I can't be bothered. Cannot be bothered cutting it for some reason. Oh wow, I really muffed that finish off. Oh, that's the top anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna make the next one still attached. Oh, lovely. Fancy scarf for mother's birthday present. My mother can't handle the touch of yarn. So she doesn't get any yarn presents from me. My dad has a lovely knee blanket though. He had a double knee replacement and I made him a lovely waffle stitched blanket, and it's the only blanket I will ever make. Thank you very much. Hi, I need more yarn. Yeah, I'm pretty like, sorry, you say thank you for like the talking about the job side of crocheting. It's like I'm happy to talk about most things. I just assume most of you aren't interested. So ask away and I'll just ignore it if I don't want to talk about it, or I just might not see it as well. Yeah. I'm very picky about who I give away my crochet things to, because like things like these Pokemon I could easily find happy homes for. One of my nieces is obsessed with some of the Pokemon and I love that. And another one of them is just obsessed specifically with Birdie, which is what she calls Ho-Oh. I have to keep Ho-Oh on hand for every time I'm on video call with that little sweetie pie. But I also feel like I can't give them away while I'm in the middle of a project with them, because I might need them for video, I might need them for photos, I might need them for group shots, I might need them for all sorts of things. So I've got to keep hold of those. And even then, it's just like, there's nothing worse than giving something to someone and finding out it's been turned into a dog toy, or finding out, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Like, it's just like, it's rough. And then, like, you don't want to say anything. It's just they quietly get taken off the crochet gift list. And yeah, it is what it is. You can't force people to appreciate your stuff or you. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Nazma, I am jealous of your cookies. I baked some Anzac cookies the other day because we're coming up on Anzac Day here in Australia. Oh my god, they are an S tier cookie. Okay, choc chip cookies ain't got nothing on a good Anzac cookie. This is just another one of those hills I'm willing to die on. There's been a few of them come up to 9. It's like, nah, it's like oat. It's chewy, it's sweet, it's great, it's fantastic. Bobby, that's adorable. So do you make all different pig patterns, or do you have just one pattern that you like to make that then you make in different like sizes and yarns? That's the real question here. Yeah, Sam Tyres, do not crochet a blanket with DK yarn. Just don't do it. Don't do it. This is me telling you now. Like, I don't tell people what to do. I'm telling you, don't do it. Like, the only reason to do something like that is if you are... Okay, I have done something like that, but it's not what you think. Socially awkward individual. Hi. Nice to meet you. Sometimes having, like, a big ball of DK yarn and just sitting there making a giant granny square at a social engagement actually takes a lot of the pressure off. Because, like, you have that natural conversation starter, and like honestly that's the only reason, and like it takes forever, and like so you've got something to do with your hands and you've got something to do all evening, and so like that's the only reason, the only legitimate reason I can think of to crochet something that size out of DK. Bye bye yarn, it fell, it's gone now. It lives on the floor with the floor people. Why does that petal look different to this one? But they are the same, they look different, but they're the same. So, I don't know, I guess. And we'll do the lazy man's finish off. And we'll make our third one. Robin Ash. So, hi Robin. Sorry, I was reading your comment. I was mumbling to myself. So glad to catch you live. You may have already talked about this, but have you been doing okay? I've been a bit worried about you, and I'm sure others have too. Oh, okay. Well, it's very nice of you. I had the flu, and where, well, yeah, it's just like I'm a little bit vulnerable to the flu and such. But I'm okay. It's just sometimes I have to take breaks until I'm better. And that's all. That's all. That's all it is. Have I ever played Skylanders? I have not. I'm assuming some sort of dragon game? Feels like a dragon game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or at the very least birds. When I was a chef, I made Anzac biscuits for conferences from my New Zealand boss. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Anzac cookies. Okay, so for them to count as an Anzac cookie, you have to follow the Anzac cookie recipe. There's only one official recipe. And it's great. It's really good. Yeah, sorry. I don't know at what point in my life I decided Anzac cookies are my favorite cookies, but we're there. That's where we are. I don't even know why I'm calling them cookies right now, because they're biscuits. But I don't know. I think sometimes the international of these engagements sort of rubs off on me a little bit. It's like I scroll through TikTok for too long and suddenly I'm hello fellow kids, you know? Skylanders is a Spyro game. It's awesome. Honestly, this whole Spyro thing kind of missed me a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I have an appreciation for it. I understand that it was culturally relevant, but it kind of missed me. I was more of a Sonic kid. Sega, you know? Sega. Yeah, and I think 3 petals should be enough. And once we get them all on, we'll pin them and the legs on, and then we'll whip up some leaves. Now, okay, little research project for you guys. Does Ivysaur have 3 leaves or 4? Because I think Venusaur has 4, but I don't know how many Ivysaur has. So help me, please. One thing I've learned about being on YouTube is I never have to Google anything for myself ever again. I mentioned it in a video and everybody in the comments gives me a ton of nuances and facets of the information, and it's great. I get to know all kinds of interesting things way easier. Aww. Sorry, Bobby, I don't know if I missed a message in between, but I love the fact... Sorry, I have to read this for you guys. My granddaughter was confused about the saying that when pigs fly, so Gigi made sure she got a pig that flies. That's just so cute. I'd like to do like pigs on a little mobile with little wings. I always kind of meant to do that and I never got to it because I was going to use the wing pattern from like my Pegasus and my Griffin and attach it to the pig pattern that I released that year because I think they're all of a size. Just attach it to a little mobile. Cute, 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 cute. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Has my camera moved? I feel like you're seeing a lot more of the back of the desk than we were. How's that? I don't know if that's any better. 4 leaves? 4 leaves. Okay, cool. Thank you, everybody. You guys are great. I'll just cut the petals apart. Now we just layer them around. Wish I'd stuffed the middle bit a little bit less, but that's okay. Ooh, I'm going to end up paying the blood price on this one. It's just not quite big enough for the pins. Okay, I'm going to trim that off a little closer. And we're going to layer it. And then Venusaur has pretty much a similar flower to Vileplume, right? It's been a little while. Hold on 1 second and I'll be able to flash something up on the screen and check it for us. Okay. Here we go. Here's one I prepared earlier. Rawr. Yeah, so that's very similar, if not identical. A bit different in the middle. Okay, and there's 5. Is there 5 leaves on Venusaur? It's completely irrelevant at this point, but we have Venusaur locked and loaded should the situation arise. Ow. Stabbing myself with the pins. And then we'll just slip that there and around. And we have ourselves a nice little rosebud. Apparently a musical rosebud. Oh, there's so many pins. Okay, ow. Venusaur has 5 leaves. Cool. Thank you, Lagon Cobra. Great names. Okay, cool. So we have our little rosebud for our little ivy derp. So now all we need is 4 long tubby leaves. So the leaves are shaped like this. They're definitely long. They're not like a wide shaped leaf. Cool, I'm glad that all of this is on camera. Oh, I wish I didn't have to see that. There we go, I made it go away. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, and that's all right. So they've got like a strong central stem, and then they've got like jaggedy. So how do I want to do this? I'm thinking base chain through the middle and work up a layer, then maybe turn and work up another layer, and then maybe go around the outside and selectively add, I don't know. I could just do 1 layer and then do like double crochets and then slip stitches and work out some thicknesses. Yeah, maybe we do that. Cool. All right, so in relative terms, we want each leaf to be about the length of the body, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 chains. That's easy enough. That's how we do, by the way. Let's label our notes because we're well behaved and we do what we're supposed to do. Leaves. And we're going to chain 10. And I've got this much grassy green. So this is what we have to work with. So this just needs to work. All right. Noted, there is some contention about whether or not Venusaur has 4 leaves or 5. I'm sure there'll be something that I'll look up some more images from a few different angles before we get started on that one if we do it. Though honestly, guys, I'm going to tell you it's not likely to happen tonight. I think by the time I get this guy sewn together, it'll be about 11:30, and I'm going to call it at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's been a good little experiment. 8, 9. I can't believe how many of you are watching. Thank you so much. I'm not signing off or anything, but just like, thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that's 10. I think that's nice and long and bushy, and I can make them stick out, or I can tuck a little bit more of them under if they get a bit long. So then we'll lay a foundation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I swear I don't normally count out loud. 7, 8, bringing us to our final chain, knocking over a lamp. 8, and then thinking 4 to turn just to keep it nice and even, or I could do 3 to turn and give it a pointier tip. 3 to turn. And then it should be 8 up the other side as well. We're doing good. Pokemon Go app shows 4 leaves on each of them. That's great. Nathan Amos, are you in Queensland right now? Because go to bed, sir. It is Monday night. This is reckless behaviour. Yeah, I frequent Bulbapedia. That's where I actually got these sprites from. It's yeah, it's an excellent resource. Okay, so the experimentation will begin here because I need to try a few different things to see what makes the best shaggy leaf. Because we've got the base of the leaf here. I'm getting better at working out where that camera is. Yeah. Okay, we've got the leaf base. And now we kind of just want like staggery bits. So there's a number of things I could try. Let's trim it off. Let's try, I don't know what I want to try. Let's try some treble crochet. Let's do a treble crochet in the first one. Then a slip stitch in the next one. How much of a fold over does that give? It's a bit chunkier than I would like. Maybe I picot in each one around. Sometimes it's hard to gauge exactly what the vibe is, particularly like I'm getting to the, like it's been a long day and I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm tired. So it's a little harder to visualize things off the cuff, but that doesn't mean we can't just get there through a little bit of like brute force trial and error. So yeah, we're going to picot in one, picot and slip stitch, and then slip stitch and picot. Okay, this will work. Picots to the rescue. Alright, I gotta write that down before I forget. So we picot to turn, then we slip stitch, then we slip stitch and picot. And that's the thing that's gonna get repeated, and we're gonna repeat that. We'll find out how many times. I'll show you guys properly in a second and you can give me your verdict, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. Hi Ashley, it's going great. We're just working on the leaves now of our Ivysaur. Our second camera cut out, but we got it working again. So I'm feeling like a total IT professional. Oh, thank you, A Touch of Trouble. I appreciate you. Dropping that comment and that like really does help. And that. A little shaggy leaf. We'll do the same up and around. So looking forward to making 4 of these. Because they're very fiddly. But at least I can kind of like zone out and do them because there's not a lot of counting involved. Hello, Crochet Dragon. I need to make more of you actually. I feel like I started this year off with just like, yeah, dragons. And then I was just like, oh, leopards, I guess. Spin the wheel. I was like, no, I need more dragony dragons. Like undeniable dragon patterns. I want to revisit Chonk the baby dragon and make him the size of it. Maybe not a beanbag chair, but at least a beach ball. We hit 100k and I made a promise a long time ago to make a giant Chonk the baby dragon, and I feel like I owe you guys, okay? Most of you probably weren't around for that, but like I was there for that and I remember making that promise, and I want to hold myself at least accountable to at least a beach ball version of him because I think that'd be cute, and I also think it'd be really funny watching me try to follow and upsize a pattern from that long ago. Because let's just say I have learned a lot along the way. Oh, well, Judalia 17, it is serendipitous. I'm so glad that you figured out, first of all, your favorite Pokemon, because I am forever torn. I think I landed on Gyarados though. But yeah, we are working on Ivysaur today, and like I don't know if you saw him earlier, but Bulbasaur, hey! We already had one of those though. Yeah, see? Crystal97 gets it. Giant Chonk. Chonk the baby dragon was one of 2 patterns that I produced in my first ever 24-hour challenge, which was within the first 6 months of the channel. So like fitting those 24-hour challenges in while working a 40-hour office job was really hard actually. It was really hard with the timing of everything. And it's funny because now I have time to do them. It's just I also don't feel like the algorithm has moved on from that sort of thing. If I do them, it's because I feel like doing them. And we're nearly done with this leaf. It's got a lot of sass to it, but I kind of like that for a leaf. I like it when it's got a little bit of attitude. Spring and curl and whatnot. And then we're going to have to count and work out how many times I repeated myself. There we go. And we're going to slip stitch in that final stitch, just like that. There we go, and we're going to finish off. That's not a bad leaf at all. Okay, how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Alright, we did 1 to start with, then 16, and then a slip stitch to finish, and we finished off. And ta-da, just like that, we've got a leaf pattern. Go us. I feel like he has very leafy leaves, so like they're allowed to be a little bit big. Like, yeah. Oh, stupid derpy crooked face though, oh my goodness. That's okay. He's going to look impressive when we have all of his details in place. Fiara, that is fine. The video will be up if you want to watch it. I'm not going to take it down or anything, so catch up when you can. Have fun at work. Thank you, Amanda. I think it's a fantastic leaf. I have gotten myself tangled in 3 different colours of yarn though. There we go. Alright, so now I need to make 3 more of this leaf. Then we're going to sew them together and we're done. If you're going to do an hour challenge, I like the setting the timer format so you don't harm yourself. I'm sorry, what? As in like I pause to take breaks? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. And then we crochet around like this. And starting to get the stupid fingers. So yeah, okay, guys, I'm gonna officially let you know Ivysaur will be our finishing point for the night. We're gonna finish her off though. Oh, he turned into a she. Yeah, see, thank you, Zach the Sunshine. That's like, I appreciate that attitude. I like, don't get me wrong, I love the wonky face. I'm just also gonna laugh at it every time I look at it, which is part of the joy. I mean, like, how wonderful is it to have something that you laugh at every time you look at it? I need more yarn as a... I've never had like a post box or anything like that. I just feel like I already have so much. And like, while I would appreciate that sort of thing, I see people's creations online already, and I would honestly, I don't want to open a can of worms where people start spending money. That makes sense. I feel like there are so many better uses. Like, I've had people want to send me yarn or hooks before. I'm just like, why not buy yarn for yourself, or find a friend and get them hooked on crochet as well and send them hooks, and then or like give them hooks, and then you'll have a crochet buddy in real life. And it's just like, I feel like there's just better uses for that sort of thing. I don't mean to sound ungrateful there. It's just, it's kind of like, I don't do giveaways. I've had people ask to do giveaways before, and it's just like, I'm not a giveaway type of person. I might run a contest or something at some point and there'll be a prize, but I don't know, I feel like raffles attract a bad crowd. Yeah, so Starcat, sorry, just back to what you were saying about using the timer method. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. It's like when streamers are like, oh, I stream for 100 hours. What they mean is they stream for 100 hours over a reasonable number of days, not 100 hours in a single stretch. So like, yeah, I get that vibe. I've been thinking about like 100k ways to show respect. Oh, the camera died again. Okay. I will come back to that thought, but I'm just going to lower you guys down and we're going to change views. How's that? Okay. There we go. All right. So that camera is done for the night. It lasted another hour after I turned it back on. So it is a good little camera and we thank it for its service. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. What was I talking about, guys? Well, apparently whatever I was saying was fair and respectable, and so cool, awesome, go me. First time seeing you stream. Oh, hi, Mitsui Ukami. It's nice to see you too. I love that you love the Stardew Valley chicken. Wow, that's a deep cut. That goes way back. Yeah, I'm sorry guys about the camera. It overheated again. That's fine. Like, it's been working really hard tonight. It's never had to do this sort of thing before. And I will work out a different solution when we do this again. So and I'm just, well, thank you, LZ4. I think it's looking pretty good. I find that, like, even if individual pieces kind of look a bit silly, sometimes once you've joined them all together, they get that, like, hyper detailed boost, like stat bonus for just having so many pieces. These leaves, though, are total pain in the, I don't know, what the stem. Total pain in the stem. Exactly, Semtires. It's gone night-night. That's okay. We had this view ready and waiting to go because we are a professional. We know what we're doing. Let's see. Sam Lewis, you play Paleo Pines, some of the cutest dinosaurs. You know what? I have heard all about Paleo Pines, and I've also seen several other crocheters all over it. So again, it's kind of like the dolls thing where, like, don't get me wrong, I'm way more interested in dinosaurs than I am in humanoid figures, but if so many people are already doing such an amazing job at making these dinosaurs, I don't feel like there's a place for me in that conversation necessarily. And there are plenty of other things that I can be doing. Dedicated 3 Mr. Republican. I actually think I'm just going to get a second webcam, which seems to be more than suitable for the task, and I'll just have one pointed at my face, because, like, we all love my face. I think we've established that. And one pointed at my hands, and I'll be able to get a better angle than that weird crooked angle, because you should see the tripod I have on my desk right now, trying to make it so that y'all can see. Yeah, Jill Marie, exactly, like Skein Spider. And honestly, she and I have, it's already so funny. Hopefully it's funny to her as well, but it's always funny to me how, like, she and I tend to stumble across the same ideas at the same time more often than you'd think. It dates back years and years and years, but it's just like, most recently it was the lamps, where we both released a lamp video within like a few days of each other, and it's so funny how that keeps happening. Okay, that is 2 little leaves. We've got 2 more to go. I think I've got enough yarn, so that's good. I have a bowl full of wooden eggs my granddad made, and I made my partner a Stardew Valley chicken. Is on top of them. Hard treads. Hard treads. I love that. It's just like, any of you who aren't on the Discord won't know that for Easter I actually designed a chicken with a flexible cloaca that could lay eggs. You could stuff 3 mini Easter chocolate eggs up its butt, and it could lay them. And I thought it was funny and great, and it was not met with universal approval. And you ended up with a bilby instead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's wrong. I went into slip stitch mode. Never go into slip stitch mode. Yeah, the Tiger's Den. I am aware of Monster Hunters. I would love to sink my teeth into something like Ark. I think it's like Ark Survival, where the giant robot dinosaurs. I'd love to sink my teeth into something like that someday. Yeah, we're doing the thing. We're doing a great job. Everything is going really well. Surprisingly well, honestly. Very, very well. I was worried that I was unprepared for this. Like, I didn't have moderators handy or anything, but, like, you guys are just you are a well-behaved bunch. You really are. Okay, sorry. I'm just realizing the length of the delay on the chat, and I'm just realizing y'all are just now seeing the cloaca thing. So that does explain. It does explain. Kiwi, hi. This is my first live stream in about 18 months. I'm thinking about doing them more regularly. So yeah. I'm thinking about doing them more regularly. This is a trial that we're doing right now. Welcome to the trial. So far we've learned that one of my cameras can't take it and needs a break every half hour. That's good to know. It's good information. Arc Ascendant, I think that might be the one I'm talking about. Flush Phoenix. Yeah, see, UFO crochet, excuse me, UFO crochet, I thought it was funny as well. But that's okay. Sometimes I'm not the ruler. Sometimes I don't get to make the decision. Honestly, I think that, yeah, I know you guys would have embraced it. Honestly, the Discord would have as well, and the patrons. Everybody would have been super happy with it, but just like, it was just enough of a, there was enough of a question mark over it for me, where I was just like, I thought it was funny, but I'm also sort of a little left of center sometimes. And yeah, we ended up going for a little bit more wholesome vibe. And that's okay too sometimes. Sometimes it's nice to put a little Bilby center stage, make everybody look at it. Sam Tyres, I support that. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the craftsmanship that goes into the design of those things, where this isn't any shade on the designer, but I find them kind of weird, and that's coming from me, and I've designed a rabbit that you turn inside out and see all of its organs. So it's just like the babies inside, always kind of like, it's not my thing. And that's cool because it's somebody else's thing. That's great. I think they're good educational tools if you're trying to educate. Let's see. Alexa Liss, yeah, no, they are, the Monster Hunter monsters are complex. They are complex. And I'll admit that I do try and stick with, when I'm designing existing creatures, I like to be authentic with it. I like it to be things that I do actually have some connection to or some engagement with. Like with the Stardew Valley, I feel perfectly comfortable designing whatever I like from Stardew Valley because I have close to 1,600 hours in that game. And so like that's fine. Pokemon, I easily have that amount over the years as well. It's like I play Pokemon. I genuinely play it, and so like I feel like it's fine for me to do projects on it. Whereas I always feel kind of weird when I'm asked to do like characters from TV shows I haven't really seen or games I haven't really played. It kind of feels a little disingenuous to me. But that doesn't mean that I can't become a fan of those things. It just means that like I would feel weird designing something from them if I'm not already, if I'm not or not currently like a fan. I don't know. Plus it's just a lot of hours of time to spend on something that you don't really understand the context of, and I would always be worried that I was misrepresenting some aspect of it. Chill, I actually really struggled with your Bilby pattern. I think it's because I crochet left-handed. Potentially. I've heard, like, I've asked some left-handed crocheters, and they reckon that you can just flip the video. And that's fine, but like at the same time, I won't pretend to know if there are any sort of differences with it. It's kind of like when you write left-handed, notebooks are designed to be a hellscape for you and you will constantly be smudging your lettering. I don't know if there's like a similar difficulty that I'm just overlooking because I have the convenience of being right-handed. So I try to stay out of conversations that I don't feel like I can help in. Time to get me into Monster Hunter? Fair enough, Zakara. Okay, bye Jill Marie. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for spending some time. Ooh. Just had a nerve twang down my arm because I rolled it against the corner. Okay, do I know of anyone that's done a zigzagoon pattern if I haven't done one? I haven't done one yet. I do love me a zigzagoon. I think they're adorable. I don't know of one. I'm sorry. Back when I was still using other people's patterns, which was a long, long time ago now, I found most of Gen 1, but I didn't really look for any past that, so I couldn't really tell you if they're out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is the final leaf, everybody. Final leaf. Hi Zuri. I'm really sorry that your name is always at the end of the Patreon list. I have thought about like reverse alphabetizing so you get a chance to be at the top. I always feel really bad when I see your name at the bottom, but thank you for all of your support. As for Stardew Valley, I don't know. I crochet the chicken, and I'm like, I guess I could do the pig or the duck or the, like, it's just like, I don't feel like there's that many avenues for things to make from that game. Because like once if I start making the fruits, I'm gonna need all the fruits. I'm a completionist. I'm gonna do it all, or I'm not gonna do any of it. So the chicken was kind of like my one and done. But it's like, if I could find a reason or a plot point that would allow me to, I would do everything. Just end up making a Stardew Valley mod, replacing all of the graphics with crochet. OGM Crochet, do you have a favorite animal or fantasy creature? Honestly, it has to be a dragon. I'm a dragon kid. I'm sorry. I'm a dragon girl. Always have been. I know that's not the most inspired of answers, but it is what it is. I'm also kind of partial to a manticore, because I think they're interesting. What about the Junimos? Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of Junimo patterns out there already, folks. And those things are just potatoes with arms and legs. Honestly, if anyone was looking to start designing for themselves, start with a Junimo pattern. I feel like you'd very quickly see some success. Krobus? Okay, Krobus is a strong pitch. I'm not a doll person, but like, Krobus is a little cutie pie. Even if he is... Yeah, okay. We're not going to talk about the Dwarf Wars. Yeah, that's true. I could crochet the legendary, like all the legendary fish. I've caught them enough times. But then I feel like I'd have to crochet the second generation as well. Like the son of and all of them. I don't know. I could do them all as like teeny tiny things. As like a little box display. Little Stardew Valley aquarium with all the little fish. I think that's cute. Oh, and you can get frogs in game now. Oh, sorry, spoilers for patch 1.6. There's a frog. And yeah, put it in a little terrarium. Love that. Hello to my Scottish friends. Zakara, you need a pattern for Grandpa's wonky bed from the opening. I love how... Like, I love that introduction because it smacks of somebody who just never saw their success coming. Concerned Ape never saw this coming, and you can tell it's written all over that introduction. See, I don't know about Monster Hunter. See, like, I have nothing against it inherently. It's just I find that I get motion sick and really disoriented really, really quickly as soon as I'm first person cam. So, like, even if it's like third person where the camera's behind you, I kind of struggle a little bit. I need to be at least top down. I do better with pixelated games. Something about, I get overwhelmed by the visual detail of those more realistic first person shooters and like those kind of stylistic games. Yeah, little Stardew Valley terrarium has some potential though. Got some little fairy lights that could go in there, and hey, we're practicing our leaves right now. Right? Nothing more fun than making 50 leaves using the same pattern over and over again. Camo Lizard 9 asks, do you like lizards? I do like lizards. I think lizards are great. I'm also a fan of frogs. I like frogs, lizards. I wouldn't have a pet one though. I feel like I don't have the... I feel like you need to know what you're about if you're going to have pet lizards. It's a responsibility. And I feel like I'm not responsible enough. I'm not responsible enough to be responsible for a lizard. A dog at least can tell you when it needs help. A lizard just sort of judges you quietly as it shrivels in the corner. It's just like, I can't be part of that. I have snails right now. I love my snails. Well, Kiwi, yeah, you should absolutely work on like the series of all the little characters, the little bachelors and the bachelorettes. Sorry, lost the word for a second. I think that'd work really well. Okay, cool. So we have all of our pieces here. How exciting is this, guys? We're about to start sewing. Everybody's favorite bit of every project. So I'm going to start by putting the limbs on, I think. We're going to put the limbs on. So that's... Put this one at the back. And he's quite an upright, there we are, upright little gentleman. And we'll do the pin trick. Just get them stuck on there. It's the final pinning. Oh, that's copyright song, better not. Sorry, my bad. Forgot that I can't just like edit this. Hard treads, no, I'm afraid not. Giant African snails, though I love them, and I refer to those as slug bunnies. I have just a bunch of little mystery snails. They're like little cone snails. They're about this big. They hitched a ride into our tank on the roots of some plants that we have in there, and we just kept them, and we love them. Okay, and one more little limb. Oh, your silly little derpy face, my friend. Your silly little derpy face. Okay. You wobbly or you upright? Okay, and let's do you next to your brother. Oh, great. Guys, look. He gives the impression of being bigger, even though he is the same size. Hey, it's a bulba party. It's too late at night for this. Let's sew the legs on. I'm so sorry. I'm starting to come unraveled. Frogging, as it were. OGM Crochet. I have a standing rule with my votes, because as you know, we have a vote open on the community tab of YouTube right now for the next pattern that I make. I have a standing rule that if anyone comments something they want made and enough people like it that it sort of outdoes any of the actual official options, I'll make that instead. That's my rule, so feel free to try and start a movement there. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we're going to get an otter. And whenever I think of frog dragon, I think of like a giant horny toad, you know? Like an actual, that's not using horny as a, yeah, that's like a actual descriptor. It's the name of a toad. Maybe with some tiny little like leathery bat wings on the back. Yeah, see, this one goes out to all those people who love the sound of the sewing that I never leave into the video properly. There we go. That's one leg. Where's my pin cushion? Hello, tortoise. You're a good little tortoise, aren't you? Good boy. Okay, forgive me, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, but yeah, it sounds like your bunny is going to be huge. Yeah, I think an otter could be cute. I haven't decided which way up I'm going to do it, or if I'm going to do a river or a sea otter. It depends on how cranky I am on the day. But like, don't get me wrong, I'm going to leave the vote open until probably the weekend. Like, I leave the vote open, open, so to speak, until oh, hey, we're sewing. I could probably do this. Hang on, excuse the fingers. Hi. Oh, wait, I forgot that this is on a hinge. I probably could have just hinged it. How's that? Okay, I'm going to sew, we're sewing together. I just thought it might be more fun to talk. So, yeah, what was I saying about something? I was saying something about something. I'm sure it was interesting. But it's gone. Otters, votes. Oh, votes, yeah. I leave them open until, like, I have to start working on the pattern, so it'll probably be open until the next video goes live, so probably Thursday. I'll close it off, but I found that, like, it gets 90% of its votes in the first 24 to 48 hours, and this one's been pretty decisive. For a second there, it looked like Lizard was going to win, and I feel really terrible because next to Chunky Lizard, I wrote my choice, and I didn't mean that that's my choice of the ones there that I'd want to make. What I meant was that I get so many requests for different lizards. I was going to choose, if you guys picked Chunky Lizard, I was going to pick what lizard to do. Because otherwise, if I put more than one lizard in the list, it just splits the lizard vote and no lizards ever get made, and we will not stand for that. Lizards must be made. And so I feel bad because I feel like I warped the vote there just with that misunderstanding, because it wasn't until somebody commented, oh, I'm going to vote lizard because that's what you want to make, that I realized how people might be interpreting it. That's not what I meant, but that's okay. No, I don't think there's any real harm done there. My curved needle is great. It didn't cost any more than a regular needle either. Like, whoop, that's the eye of the needle. Let's block my face out so you can see. No. I'm so bad at this. I just feel like, in any case, it's a needle that I wish it would focus. And, yeah. Its eye isn't super huge for yarn, but it gets the job done. So it's just a bunch of me flailing around in front of the camera for your viewing entertainment at 11 o'clock at night. But as I said, we'll be done by about 11:30, I reckon. But we've been going for about 4 hours, which, okay, so like it basically means that I have to take how long it would normally take me and add a 10 to 20% buffer for how long it takes me on stream. And that's important because it means that I don't know how feasible this will be for the deadline I need, but it also might just mean that I do some off stream, or I have like some designated quiet streams where I invite you fellows to come watch, but it's like observation only. And the understanding is that I can't really engage with the chat, which would be sad, but I'd get over it if the work got done and you guys got something out of it too. Sea otters would be made go. Okay, so we're having a conversation about otters. Yeah, I can't really help there. Some needles just have smaller eyes than others. It's just, I think the best luck I've ever had is in those like dollar store type vibe where like if you look in their craft section, they'll sometimes have them under like lamp needles, or they'll have them under sail mending. I think I got one once. These days I think the craft stores have wised up to just how good they are. It's just like, because like when I found this one, I took one look at it and I was just like, that. I've never seen anyone use one, but that is the tool I need. It just makes sewing little fiddly pieces together so much easier. I try to use a straight needle every so often. I'm just like, no. And I think like, oh, I should use a straight needle in my videos to be more accessible. I'm like, no. They're my tools. I'm going to use them. Okay, by the Katie Star 2, the Ivysaur will be done at some point. You should check back this live tomorrow and you'll be able to see him. Oh, he's so cute, you guys. Look. With his stupid little crooked face. Oh, the day I get a face on straight the first time will be the day I hang up my hook. Okay, and we gotta tuck that away. I'm gonna do a little trimmy. Triminy, triminy. Tuck your ends in. And put that to one side, and we're going to sew the flower together. Vaguely musical way. Has that already been cut off? It has not, so we're going to cut some pink. Thank you. There we go. Alrighty, so now we're just going to sew the petals onto the flower, and then we'll sew the leaves onto the Ivysaur and the flower onto the leaves. And then we're done. And for any patrons that are in the chat, this pattern will be up probably sometime over the weekend. Like, I know I say that even when the video is out on Thursday, but I'm going to be editing this week's video for the next few days, and I won't have time. I suppose it's not that much typing to really do, but I'll make it a point that the pattern comes out within a certain radius of the live stream, so you won't be waiting forever. This one here is really just an adjustment to the Bulbasaur pattern though, so if you were mad keen to get a start on your own, you could honestly just start by making the Bulbasaur legs and have those ready to go. You could even probably figure out how to make the adjustment I did to remove the mouth if you're feeling really brave, because honestly, I think I only had to write one line for the whole pattern, and it was a pretty basic one, but that's fine. I'll still do an official notes just like I do with all the others, so that by the time we're done, you will be able to crochet all 151 at least to start with. In my style, whatever that means. 3, if that question is at me, what size yarn do I prefer? I exclusively use DK. It's not a brand deal or anything, it's just I like it. It's just honestly, I find it really hard to work with any other yarn because I've spent so much time specializing in this yarn. Occasionally I'll play with some bulky, but then I very quickly get frustrated with how much I go through in a single sitting. And I just feel like my designs look best in DK. They do. That's how I design them. Let's tuck that in, and we'll do want it slightly overlappy. That's on top. That's on top. Okay, hang on. That's on top of that, so that should be on top of that, so that should be on top of that. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we got it sorted out. We did it. Just anchoring these petals near the top as well. Okay, feathers fly. There is like 1,000 different names that all mean different things. So I think DK is also known as 8-ply here in Australia, but I think it's known as 4-ply in some places. If you look up, there's like a chart you can Google. I'm sorry, my keyboard's across the room at the moment. Otherwise, I'd just pull it up for you. But you can look up like yarn size conversions on Google, and there's like a little chart that pretty much pops up straight away on the image tab that'll tell you all of the things. I think it's somewhere between fingering and worsted. Oh, we've got the nasty scowly faces coming out now. Just like, felt it. I felt the scowl descend. Okay, thank you, Personality Menagerie. That's an ominous name, friend. It says, Ivysaur's flower actually has a short brown wood stem, but nobody ever realizes that because the lad's almost never in a post that shows it. So we're just going to put him in a pose that doesn't show it. Because I'm not going to add a wooden stem at this point, I'm sorry. Not at this scale. Not at this time of night. Makes sense, though, because Venusaur has a stem as well. Quite a pronounced trunk, really. I suppose most dudes want to think of theirs as a trunk and not a stem. Okay, so now we're going to pin these in place and pretend we didn't just say that. Let's see. So it looks like they've got kind of a cross attitude. So we'll like one up there. So it is. I think that gives him the right kind of flair. All right, this camera will never ever focus on anything but me and my plethora of chins. So you're just gonna have to trust me when I tell you this vaguely green blob is looking great. He's looking fantastic, folks. Truly. And I'll sew those front two on and then I'll come back for the back two. It's 1 a.m. in Victoria. Judalee, 17. Go to bed. It's Monday night. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's 11 o'clock here, so I can at least be like, it's still reasonable to be up and sewing things together. But you, 1 a.m. on a Monday night, what are you doing to the rest of your week, man? Or friend. That's not non-gendered term. Thank you, Galaxy Warrior Cat. It's like I said, you got to trust the process. Even I have to trust the process. You add all the bits and bobs, and they start looking okay. It's like the hero's journey. You have that moment of doubt. I have the moment of doubt. I very rarely do the face quite that early, but I definitely have my moment of doubt. We'll put some lettuce on our little sandwich. I'm just going to tuck our ends in as we go. For discipline's sake. There we go. And there we go. Whew. So, do I consider myself a pokey tuber? I don't know if I count. Like, I really enjoy watching a lot of PokeTube. I watch a lot of PM7. I love a little bit of God, his name is Mikey. What's the name of his channel? I don't mind some Purple Cliff, but he shouts a lot, which is a bit jarring, honestly, for me, personally. But, like, I enjoy his content. It's just loud. So, like, I watch a lot of PokeTube content, and when I think of it as, like, would I blend in amongst this group of people? And I find the answer to be no. I think I'd have a lot of fun, but I think that I am more on the craft side. I'm more of a craft tuber. I think that there is a reality out there that exists where I retire at some point and become a PokeTuber. Yeah, see, Fluent and Fangirl number 12, Fluent and Fangirl 12, it's only 10 a.m. there. Okay, cool. So, like, you have no idea why I'm starting to unravel with that end of day madness. You're still probably sipping your first cup of coffee. Hello, Nathel. We are just sewing our Ivysaur together now. But the more the merrier. We've got to get these last two leaves on. Nice lettuce for our sandwich. Sorry. We like look up and just grin like a fool. It's like, you guys make my day. Like, I love watching you guys in the chat. Just like watching puppies frolic. Like, I don't have anything to add. I just think y'all are cute. Alright, so the big question here is, if I did start doing this regularly, what do you guys think of, like, what schedule? Like, what day should I do it? Does Monday work? I want to do it, like, at least a little bit away from Thursday. Though, there is an argument to be made for doing this on Friday. I feel like the weekend is a bit busy for people. So I'm trying to, like, work out when to put it so that it doesn't interfere with the main channel and, like, the main content that I will be continuing to put out. This is always going to be a secondary project because it's building a video for the main channel very, very slowly. At least right now that's the intention. That might change over time depending on how unrealistic of a goal it ends up being. Oh. Every day of the week. Chris Miller, that is both lovely and entirely unhelpful. I do appreciate your input there, though. Most days of the week is just me staring at my video editing footage, getting crankier and crankier until my partner feeds me, and then I have a good hour or so, and then I get cranky again. Oh, I've got fibers all up my nose now. We're at that point in the project where they're just like, I don't know, does that happen to you a lot? to get yarn nose at the end of a project? The tickle becomes more and more insufferable. Alright, there's our little bed of lettuce. Oh, he's not in frame, but wait. Ready? And oh, let's straighten you up and it's fine, I'm not crazy. Rosebud looks a little small, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just really stretch and anchor it. This is really interesting. I wish you guys could see. No, we're gonna lower you down. Hang on. Excuse the fingers. Oh, webcam is getting kind of warm now. I'm glad we're nearly done. Okay. Megan Wolf, it's fine. You didn't miss it. We're still here. Okay, I'm seeing some support in there for Monday. That's good. Monday works for me as long as I've finished filming. Because like Friday is kind of the weekend I take for myself. And then I try and get the filming for the next video done on Saturday and Sunday. Because I prefer to run my errands, if I have any, on days when it's quiet. Which makes sense to do it when everybody else is in the office. Because I have that as an option, you know, spoiled. So oh good, the roadworks have started outside. I hope you guys can't hear that. They've been doing night works on our train station forever. Oh, that's loud. I hope you can't hear that. Thank you, Ashley Smith, for supporting Ivysaur and his perfectly average-sized rosebud. Oh, good, good. I'm seeing some support for Monday. Also, maybe I try and settle into a Monday time slot, possibly a little earlier in the day than this, because like this is not a super productive way to do this. I would have liked to do 2 back-to-back, but it's just getting too late in the day now. So maybe I start a little earlier, which will still allow for you guys to join in at this time of day, but it just means that we'll be on to hopefully our 2nd or 3rd of the day, depending on what it is. I'm really looking forward to just churning out Jigglypuff, Electrode, Wigglytuff, you know, like all the jelly beans in the one episode back to back to back. Okay, these leaves are a little wild, but as I said, I do like a little bit of sass. Okay, and we'll just weave that through, and folks, we are done. Mark the time, 4 hours and 13 minutes. A lot of like waffling on. There is our little Ivysaur. And hang on, where's your brother? There he is. Okay, and there is our first 2 in the chain. I'm so sorry, dude. I should have put your eye on the side. I should have followed my own instructions. I don't know what I was thinking. But, yeah, there we go. Let's just tilt you upwards because I've remembered you've got a hinge and I don't need to like up in there. So like, thank you everybody for coming. I'm not going to continue on to Venusaur because it's the middle of the night. Oh, thank you so much, Ashley Smith. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate this project and all the creative love and time you've put into it. Thank you. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for everybody who watched an ad during this. I'm gonna see how long it takes my voice to recover from talking. I'm gonna look into sorting out some of the hardware issues we were having, and with any luck, you'll see me around this time next week as we work through either Venusaur, who I might get done during the week, or we move on to, I think it's the turtles next. So we might move on to some turtles next. No, it's not the turtles next, it's the dragons next. Rawr. Yeah. So anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I will see you next time.